Well, a very good Saturday afternoon, everyone. We've got severe storms moving their way into the area as we speak. So, since we're not going on live until 6 o'clock, I figured I would jump on here live on Facebook, YouTube, and just kind of show you what we are watching. And I kind of plan on leaving this up all the way through probably when we start the newscast, because these storms are moving their way in. So first of all, let's go over to the radar and show you what we are watching. So this storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning, this was just issued not too long ago, and this is for this is out in Champaign County, moving its way into southern Union County and especially northern Madison County. So this is where we are watching this really strong storm moving its way closer into the area, and this is definitely going to be a bit of an issue as we get into the evening hours. Now, the good news is that if we pause this here, I'm going to stop it right on where we are right now. Muirfield Village, let me point out where that is. So Muirfield Village is where the Memorial Tournament is happening, and that is right about right here. So the trajectory of this storm, and if we back it up a little bit, the trajectory of this storm looks to go close, but potentially just south of Muirfield, heading its way closer down into the Columbus metro area, which means we're going to be getting this potentially here in Columbus. So let's talk about the timing of that. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to clear off those arrows real quick, and I'm going to go ahead and clean that slate, and we are going to go ahead and back this up. So here's the start of this. This is just moving its way into Madison, Union County, back up with Cell, and this kind of just developed. So let's go ahead and measure out the distance that this took over the last hour to get an idea of the speed that this was traveling. So this is moving at about 40 miles per hour. Let me see if my tools also agree with that. Let's look at the sweeping radar. How fast is this moving? 25, 25, 28, 29. So I think this is probably moving a little bit closer to 35 miles an hour now that it's kind of come to fruition. So let's get a timing of this and see when this is going to move its way through. We already have a thunderstorm in the southern part of the Franklin County right now, but we're going to put this going at about 35 miles an hour. Now, it's going to put this into Columbus for this severe thunderstorm, at least the heaviest part of the cell. Plain City at about 456. Hilliard 507, Dublin 510, Upper Arlington 516, Columbus at about 523, and Gahanna at about 532, and Reynoldsburg 540, Pickerington 547. So this should be almost through the metro area before we even get on the air on ABC6 News at 6 o'clock. So I've got time. I came in early, got the whole forecast done. Everything's updated, the website, Facebook page, and all that other stuff. So I have time now to just focus strictly on storm tracking with you all. So let's clear this off of here real quick, and let me go back and clean the slate once again. We're going to back this out to the entire viewing area real quick, so bear with me as I zoom this out. Let's go back to the entire state of Ohio real quick. So if you watched earlier, I did a Facebook Live, and I also talked about it on a little video that we posted on Instagram, is that the best chance for these storms is going to start firing up between Interstate 70 and US 30. And if you're watching, I kind of drew a circle right about this area, and this is where we would be watching these storms. And sure enough, we're seeing those develop, especially along the southern edge of that pocket. That's where we were initially just expecting them to start popping up. Because if you look at the last 3 hours, let me clear that circle off of there real quick and back this up, and you can actually see that we had nothing a few hours ago. So it was kind of watching the radar very carefully, the satellite specifically, and so that way we can kind of get a gauge of where those storms would be. So again, they are moving their way closer into the metro area. Let's zoom down right into Franklin County. We got a thunderstorm on the south side of Franklin County. That does not have a severe thunderstorm warning, but if you were in Obetz, Marion Village, German Village, down towards Whitehall, Bexley area, southeastern portions of Columbus Metro, you are getting some heavy rain right now. Not a lot of lightning and thunder with that yet, but the cell that does have that severe thunderstorm warning is out here to the west. So let me pull up something here real quick, and we can do a query to get an idea of the severe thunderstorm warning here, indicating winds potentially up to 60 miles per hour, hail size about 1 inch in diameter. So this is a radar indicated severe thunderstorm. We have not had reports of that yet. A lot of lightning with it. Let me clear off the lightning so that way we can kind of clear that off. One thing that we will be watching also, not only just the hail and the wind, those are the two biggest concerns, but we're also going to be watching the potential of maybe some storms having rotation, especially when there are these individual clusters. When I look at the winds here, I don't see anything that's a great indication that the storm has rotation. So I move the map a little closer there. So the good news is this is not showing signs of rotating right now, but you easily could have some very large hail as this makes its way into the metro area. So let me loop this back over the last 30 minutes here, and just to show you, and I'm going to slow this down because this is going really fast. So let's go very slow with this over the last 30 minutes. And I'm going to zoom this out just a little bit. So we're watching that. We're watching the cell that's over southern part and southeastern portions of the Columbus area moving its way a little bit closer. So that's moving its way out towards Pickerington, Reynoldsburg, through Whitehall area, and eventually down towards Canal Winchester, and over towards Buckeye Lake area eventually. So the one cell that we're watching a little bit more carefully is going to be this one, though, that's moving from Urbana right near the Union and Madison County line. And that's likely going to have a lot of lightning with that. And let's throw on the lightning real quick to show you. So what's going to happen over the next several hours is we have these clusters of thunderstorms that are starting to develop. And what's going to happen are these are generally going to keep drifting their way to the east-southeast. So if you live south of Interstate 70, this is where all of this is eventually going to drift its way down towards. So when I pull up the severe thunderstorm watches and warnings, you can see that that's where they have the warnings issued, or the watches issued. Those pink counties, that's where we have that severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 10 p.m. And it didn't want to pop on there, so we have the severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. for those pink counties. So we zoom it down a little bit closer here. That is going to be for Franklin County, Madison County, Fayette, Pike, Ross, Pickaway, Hocking, Fairfield, and also Perry County. What we have out here to the east, this is a different severe thunderstorm watch. That one goes till 6 p.m. Also out here to the east, that expires at 6 p.m. as well. That was with those early, the round one of storms. Matter of fact, let me do that real quick as we pull back up the radar. Let me show you the storms that we had earlier for anyone that I'm sure you may have had them or you may have missed those storms, but let's loop this over the last, let's say 6 hours. So I'm going to back this up here. Look at these storms that came through about 6 hours ago, and I'll loop it. Look at those storms that came through central and northern part of the viewing area. Now we're getting the second wave to start to develop. And if you were watching last night, we were talking how it was going to come through in about 2 waves. First wave coming through kind of a morning midday wave. Then we start getting in the late afternoon and evening round, and that's what we've got right now. So let's go back to the live radar and zoom back down on this cell that's moving its way closer to Columbus. So if anybody's just jumping on here, I'm going to check the comments here shortly. But this cell in particular is the one that is making its way closer to Columbus. So I would say for anyone that's in the Plain City area between Plain City, Marysville, Choctaw Lake, you definitely need to be in cover. And this would be also out here towards Resaca area, Unionville Center, Plumwood would be in that general area as well. So anyone that's basically in northern Madison, southern Union County, and especially the northern half of Franklin County, be prepared for this cell because this is going to continue moving its way down towards Dublin and eventually the north side of the Columbus metro area. So while we're live on here, I'm going to pull up some of the Facebook Lives and just try to check to see if there's any comments. First of all, I'm going to check my page, and let's pull this up here, see what comments we have. So quite a few comments. Marysville. What's up, Jerica? High winds, Brad. Yeah, this could potentially be packing winds of 60 miles per hour, as you can see there. Let's see. So Noah's saying, yep, coming for the west side of Columbus. Zanesville. So Zanesville will see some of this. So it's going to be kind of close to Zanesville because you're right along Interstate 70 as these storms eventually try to drift their way out towards you and also to the east-southeast. So Zanesville is going to be right on the edge of these as they move their way closer. Let's see here. What else? Southwest of London on 42. Let's see. I'm in Somerset. You need to put a stop to this buck. I have things to do outside. Yeah, can't control the weather. If I could control the weather, then I'd be making a lot of money and I'd be on a beach somewhere if I could control it. Someone asking arrival time for Dublin. So let's do just the initial wave of this making its way in. So Dublin, the initial line making its way into Dublin by about 5:03. So 20 minutes for you. Eventually into Columbus by about 5:17. But that's the initial line. Let's time this out when the heaviest storm. So back this up to where that heavy pocket is. So Dublin's going to start seeing the heavier round by about 5:18. Powell 5:21. Columbus 5:32. Gahanna 5:40. So that's the timing of the heaviest part of that storm. So that's what we're watching here. I'm going to pull up the, that was just checking what my page had for some of the comments. Let me go check the WSYX and the WTTE live stream as well to see what comments we have on there. Because I'm streaming this right now on 4 places. Our ABC6 Facebook page, our Fox 28 Facebook page, our ABC6 or WSYX YouTube account, and also on my Facebook page as well, Andrew Buck Michael. Hoping for some fireworks or a Bloom Fest at 10 p.m. Coshocton. Is that possible? So, Steve, I think a lot of this is probably going to dive just south of you in Coshocton. So right now I think 10 p.m. is actually looking pretty good in Coshocton. The chance of rain at 10 p.m. in Coshocton is very, very slim. John's saying, so the sun coming out really wasn't a good thing, was it? No, the sun coming out added a lot more fuel to these storms. And I'm going to actually switch this over to my other computer because I can control a little bit more over here and it'll look a little bit more seamless for you all. So the other thing we were talking about, just talking about these storms. Looks like I have Nicole watching as well. Let's see here. I want to pull up the heat index. So let me transition this back over to my other computer real quick. So bear with me. This may look like it's going to glitch out real quick on your screen. There you go. So it's 80 outside right now. The dew point's 67. It is humid. Look at Delaware. 84 degrees, but the dew point's at 72. That is some really juicy air. So you're looking at some really humid air right now in Delaware. It feels like it's 90 once you factor in that humidity as high as it is. The 70s, we're going to see a lot of 70s on the way as we get into next week for that humidity. So let's talk about what we've got going on with the radar again. I'm going to go back over to the radar so we can kind of show you what we're watching, because we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign, also for Madison and Union County, and that continues until 5:15. So zoom this down into the metro area. So we're going to zoom down, so bear with me as we take you right down into the metro area so we can kind of time this out. The cell that we had on the south side of Columbus that popped up now is starting to produce some lightning. We'll zoom into that first. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but it's strengthening. We'll have to see if they do issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell that has just moved its way out of the kind of the metro area right along Interstate 270. Pause this real quick. And Groveport's starting to get some lightning with that. It's moving towards Canal Winchester, Pickerington, Lithopolis area. And again, these storms moving at about 30-35 miles per hour. So based off of that, let's do some arrival times for this cell. So the heaviest cell here moving its way to the east-southeast. So this is going to be moving its way towards Pickerington by about 5:11. And again, this is the heaviest part of the cell, not the initial line. This is when you really got to make sure you're inside, when you potentially could be having some hail with this. So again, based off of 35 miles per hour, this would make its way towards Millersburg by about 5:58. Somerset by 5:51. New Lexington 7:14. Kirksville by about 7:35. And again, 35 miles. Whoa, I take that back. Let me check this real quick. That might have, I forgot that I switched computers. Ignore all that. I'm sorry. Let's redo that. Those timings seemed off. Forget everything I just said for the last 30 seconds. I forgot that I switched computers and the arrival times are going to be different than what I just said to you. So bear with me 1 second. Let's redo this real quick. Here are the arrival times based off of 35 miles per hour. That was 15 miles per hour. So this is going to change a lot. So that means, let me shift this up just a little bit so we can make sure we're including Buckeye Lake area in this. So Pickerington 4:57, Baltimore 5:12, Millersport 5:17 p.m. Eventually Somerset 5:40, New Lexington 5:51, Crooksville 5:59. So New Lexington there 5:51. Let's clear this off of here, and I have the right speed now. Let's go back to the cell that is moving its way closer to the Columbus metro area. This storm has a lot of lightning and thunder with this. South of Marysville, north of London, really bearing down on Plain City as we speak. Again, let me take the map here. I want to tilt this just a little bit. So I'm going to move this a little bit. And you can see, let me zoom right down to where Muirfield Village is. We can zoom right on down. Here is right where Muirfield Village is. So here you can see, kind of hard to make out there either. You can see Muirfield Village Golf Club right there in the middle of the screen. It might be kind of small on your phone. Anyway, right on the edge of that in Delaware and also Franklin County. So this storm is going to be going especially on the south side of that area, but you're probably hearing thunder. They're probably already telling people to get to shelter out there at Muirfield. The arrival time for some of the lightning and thunder for this as it makes its way to the east-southeast. Dublin, 5:11 p.m. Columbus, 5:25. Pickerington, 5:50. If it holds together at the same speed, Newark, 6:15. And eventually Granville by about 6:05. Newark, 6:15. Zanesville, if it holds together, again, same speed, just before 7 p.m. So again, that's the cell that right now is, in my opinion, the one that bears the most watching because it does have a severe thunderstorm warning. It is making its way very, very close to the Memorial Tournament. They had the earlier storms come through, and this one is going to be coming through just near it and on the south side. So especially along the Hilliard, southern Dublin area, make sure that you are getting to shelter and getting inside if you are outside. We'll have to see if they extend that severe thunderstorm warning a little bit more as it makes its way closer. So I'm pulling up the National Weather Service chat. Radar indicated. All right, so I'm watching this right now. So in Urbana, we got some big power line or limbs down. Looks like it might have hit the power line going over top of a house. Hail in Urbana with that initial cell about a half an inch. So a little bit larger than maybe a dime, between a dime and a nickel size. All right, so let me double check this here real quick to see what we've got going on. If there's any other new comments coming in. So let me go back to the Facebook Live and check that. So on the ABC6 Facebook page, we have this live stream going and checking the comments. Anything for Pataskala? Yeah, Pataskala right now, right where the radar dish is. Right, let me point it out for you here. The radar dish right here, that's Pataskala, right around there. So the first initial pocket is going to go just south of you in Pataskala, but you will likely get this second line. So again, this second pocket that's moving its way closer to the metro area, making its way eventually towards Pataskala. It's not showing up there for Pataskala. Maybe if I draw it back a little bit. Pataskala, you're going to be at the same time as Pickerington by about 5:51, and moving at about 34 miles per hour. So this gives you a general idea of the timing of those cells. All right, so I want to back this out, show you the entire viewing area real quick, and let's loop this to give you an idea. There's a lot of lightning, so let's clear that off of there because it just makes it look murky. And we're going to look at the last hour to kind of show you the general trajectory of these storms are moving their way to the east, drifting a little bit to the southeast. So generally, pretty eastward tracks, a little bit drifting to the south. So that would put its basically the north outer belt. 270 is about to get slammed by this storm as it moves its way closer. All right, so a lot of people asking what time is it going to be hitting for specific areas. Let's do this one more time for anybody that might just be joining us. And one thing I want to do before we get even to that, I want to go to just now. We're showing a lot of pinks on here. That's an indication of some pretty large hail. And before I slice into the storm, let's take a look at what we've got as far as any rotation. Not seeing that, which is a great thing. It's great to not see that rotation. One thing that kind of looks a little interesting, though, is that it's not really updating that too much. No rotation right now with any of these storms, so the biggest concern would be a lot of lightning. As I pop back on the lightning track here, there's a lot of lightning. As a matter of fact, I think we can get a query of how many strikes of lightning. We are looking at 88 strikes of lightning within the last 10 minutes with this storm. So quite a bit of lightning, and they just had a lightning bolt north of Muirfield Village. So I mentioned slicing into the storm, what we can do, and you can actually look at like a slice. So let's go ahead and see how high these storms are going up into the atmosphere. So, whoops. Let me go back out to the metro real quick. So I need to get a good angle of this first, and then we're going to slice into this. So as we slice across these storms, we're going to get an idea of how high up these are going into the atmosphere. And I'm going to back this up a little bit, tilt the map a little bit. So you can see that the hail core with this is going up to about 45 to 50,000 feet. When it starts getting that high, basically what it means is that the updraft, that air is going up in the thunderstorm so strong and so fast that it's taking these hail cores and lifting them 45,000 feet in the atmosphere where it's much colder. It's below freezing. So those hailstones go up. As they fall back into the rain, they melt and get a little bit of extra water on them. But then that updraft lifts them back up. And as it does so, you form a new layer of ice. And then it gets too heavy and it falls back. And it gets a new layer of water on the outside of it. And then it gets lifted back up. And it just keeps going up and down inside those storms. And that's when you can see these updrafts go so high, it gets cold enough that those hailstones start getting a little bit bigger. So it does look like this cell very likely could have some very large hail with it as it's making its way closer to the Dublin area. So let's clear this off of here real quick, and I want to go back to a different radar product. So bear with me as I click back on the query so we can add on the lightning and also the warning information. So we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign, Madison, Union County until 5:15 p.m. So it still goes for another 20 minutes. But the particular cell that it was for is about to move out of that warning area. And so if you are in southern Delaware County, if you are in northern Franklin County, this is heading for you. So Plain City, Dublin, Powell, Orange Township, Lewis Center, that storm is heading towards you. A lot of lightning and quite a bit of hail. So if you are outside, this is a time when you need to be getting inside to shelter. If you have a pool, if you know someone who has a pool, you might want to tell them get inside. There's a lot of lightning heading to the north side of the metro area. There they go. They just issued it. We were talking about that. Northern Franklin, southern Delaware County, and also into a little bit farther east into Licking County. So let's go ahead and move this out just a little bit. So at this point, I don't know. I need to check to see what our protocol is, if we want to cut in live on air or if we want to stay just on Facebook, YouTube Live. Want to check with you real quick, we just had a severe thunderstorm warning issued for northern Franklin County. Do you want me to cut on air, which would be over WNBA and also the horse race, or continue live on YouTube and Facebook? Question mark. All right. Thankfully, my manager just texted me a little bit ago, so hopefully she still has her phone on her. All right, so let's update you on the new information. So this just updated the new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's clear off the track timing of that because we'll reset everything for you. So anybody that's just joining us, we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Franklin County, northern Franklin County, southern Delaware County, and most of Licking County. So this is for the particular cell that's making its way right between London and Marysville, right on the Union and also Madison County line. So let's do some zooms in on this so that we can kind of get an idea of where this is heading. This is bearing down right on the Memorial Tournament out at Muirfield Village. So anybody that's in that area, again, Dublin, you need to be in shelter now with all this lightning and hail heading in your direction. Likely going to be getting some wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. They did update the warning for the potential hail size of 1.25 inches. So you are looking at a little bit larger than a quarter, almost about a $half size hail. And this is going to continue moving its way towards Westerville and Johnstown. All right. This is the beauty of having Facebook and YouTube. We can just continue live right here instead of going on air, because I don't think anybody would want me to be covering up the horse race or the Golden State Las Vegas basketball game, because that's a really close game right now. But you can continue watching live on your device. Speaking of, let me go to what we've got going on YouTube right now. So I want to see if there's any comments coming in on YouTube, and I don't see any. Just wanted to check to see if we had any comments on the YouTube stream, because again, we are live on ABC6 YouTube page, ABC6 Facebook page, Fox 28 Facebook page, and my personal Facebook page as well. So let's go in, reset, show you the entire viewing area as I kind of readjust real quick. I'm going to grab a quick drink of water and get you all updated. So first of all, we're going to zoom this out to the whole viewing area to kind of show you. Matter of fact, let's go to all of Ohio real quick, and we're going to pop on the warnings and watches to let you know the big general picture. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for all of the pink counties until 10 p.m. We have the orange counties on the map here, which is a severe thunderstorm warning, And that expires at different times depending on which county it is. So let's go back over to the radar, and we're going to zoom this in and show you what we are watching. First initial cell here. This is not currently a severe thunderstorm, but it's moving right through Pickerington now. Into Baltimore, these storms are moving generally at about 35 miles per hour, maybe a little bit slower. Let's update the arrival times a little bit because it seems like they're moving closer to maybe 25 to 30 miles per hour, and we're going to adjust the timing down to 30 miles per hour. So we're going to do this first initial cell. Again, it is not severe, but it has lightning and it has been strengthening. But this first initial cell moving through Pickerington, moving out to the east-southeast. Buckeye Lake, arrival time 5:32. If it holds together near and south of Zanesville, about 6:21. New Lexington, it'll be near and just north of you at about 6:04. Somerset 5:52. And Pickerington, it's there right now. But the cell that does have the severe thunderstorm warning is going to be up here, and this is moving its way right into Plain City, Dublin area right now. A pretty large cell, so I'm going to zoom this out a little bit, and what we're going to do is take our arrival time tool, clear that off, and we are going to reset that for this particular cell. I'm going to do two different versions of this. First thing we're going to do is do the arrival time, just the initial arrival of this. Moving its way into Dublin momentarily, 5:04. It's 5 o'clock right now. Worthington 5:14, Gahanna 5:31, Pataskala 5:53, and Hebron 6:12. And again, that's for this severe thunderstorm warning, the arrival time of the initial onset of the rain there, basically. But that is not where the heaviest part of the cell is. You got to let it build up a little bit in strength. So let's move this back right into the core. And that's where we're seeing the new arrival times popping on the map here. So Plain City, I'm going to move this real quick here. Can I move this, please? Yes, thank you. All right, so Plain City, 5:04. Dublin, 5:20. Worthington, 5:30. Westerville, 5:40. Gahanna, 5:47. Etna, 6:09. Kirkersville, 6:18. Granville, 6:23. Newark, 6:36. So I'm going to widen this out for you a little bit more and show you that this is not the initial thing. Now, as I take a look at the radar, a new concern is starting to show itself. If I loop this over the last hour, look at how this line is setting up. This line is setting up in a very linear fashion north of Interstate 70. So I'm going to clear the lightning off of there. It makes it very, very busy to see that. So this is setting up just north of Interstate 70, and it's kind of training is what the term is called. So it's basically where you have one pocket with another pocket behind it, another pocket behind that, another pocket behind that, kind of like train cars, training. This potentially could lead to some considerable flooding concerns. The fact that this is putting down a tremendous amount of rain, and you have pocket behind pocket after pocket. So this is going to continue moving its way through Champaign County, Southern Union, Northern Madison County, Northern Franklin, Delaware County, with more of this rain out to the west in Miami County, out towards Darke County as well. So if you live near a stream, keep an eye on it over the next few hours if you are in any of these areas. Champaign, Madison, Union, Franklin, Delaware, and Licking County as these storms kind of start training. And unfortunately, it is going right towards Muirfield Village as we speak, right near the Delaware, Union, and also the Franklin County area. So I'll stop this real quick just to show you. Muirfield Village, where they have the Memorial Tournament taking place right now, is right here. And if I plop on the lightning, look at that lightning they have out in Plain City bearing down on the golf course right now. So there is a lot of lightning heading right towards Dublin and also the Memorial Tournament. They already had the first round of storms come through, got another round right now. But if you're in the Powell area, northern outer belt, you are going to get slammed with this storm. And then more storms out in Champaign County heading in that direction. So back this out real quick. Still looking like we have the potential of some hail, about 1.25 inches, so a little bit larger than a quarter. And that would mean that you're going to start getting some dings on your car. If you are getting any severe hail the size of a quarter or larger, please submit those to Chime In. You can go to our website, abc6onyourside.com/chime in, and or you can submit those to our Fox 28 Chime In as well, myfox28columbus.com. I'll pull this up real quick and you can kind of see. If you have our app, this is a QR code. I don't know if you're able to scan that or screen that. but that's a QR code that you can scan and get right to our Chime In page. Douglas Hupfer sending in this photo last week, and always sending in amazing photos, and I love sharing those photos. But if you're getting some of that large hail, by all means, we would love to see that, to share that, and to know where you are getting that. So let's go back over to the radar, since that's what we're here for with these storms moving their way through. Still got a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Madison, Union, Franklin, Delaware, and Licking County, and that continues until 6 p.m. This is moving its way right across the northern metro area, and it is going to just really dump a lot of rain in a short period of time. As a matter of fact, let's back this out real quick, and one thing we can look at, and I use this tool with a grain of salt. It's not the most accurate, but looking at the last 3 hours, we've already got pockets where we've had 1 to 2 inches of rain within the last 3 hours. Again, that's an estimate from the radar. So a lot of rain in a short period of time, and likely leading to some potential flooding in areas like Mechanicsburg, Plain City area, getting a lot of lightning and thunder with this heavy rain. And we'll go back over to the radar. What's up, Jamie?
Hey, I don't know if you saw tower. I just spun it around. You can see a cell coming right down. It looks pretty cool.
Cool. I'll pull it
Just
up real quick.
northwest of town.
Okay, thanks.
It's pretty cool. I can't keep it there long because it's near the bird.
Yeah, I get it.
And I don't want to bother.
Yeah, the
but
bird won't like that.
We will not do it. I just told him. I said we can't leave it on.
Wow, that's good.
Isn't that neat?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was just moving across.
That's good. Yeah, you're looking. Yeah, it's not even looking at the bird's nest. It's looking almost up Dublin Road.
Bird is right here.
Yeah, just off the edge.
I'll spin it around the other way because it looks like it's coming.
Did you go? Which way did you go? Did you go this way?
I went this way and I went this way and caught the edge of it, so I brought it all the way around and I could get that. But
Oh yeah, so you got to go all the way back to
I'll
get
go
it going
back
across.
around and let it
Okay.
come back in.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
How long ago did you move it?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. So you just moved it.
2 minutes maybe.
Okay.
There's a cell south of downtown too, or something.
Yeah,
There's
that's.
a nice.
I have the time lapse. I'm going to show the time lapse real quick on here.
Oh, you can do that.
Yeah, it pulls in like images every couple of minutes. So this is the last 15 minutes, and then it'll show you. Zoop, move it real quick, and then you can get it moving.
Whoa.
So you can see it kind of moving across.
That is hauling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's moving fast,
Wow.
but it is cool. There you can see the osprey's watching it.
It was watching
Yeah.
it.
The osprey's wondering what's going on.
That's great. All right, I'll go spin it back. And we'll
Okay,
put it up
cool.
there.
I'll actually export this real quick. Snapshot. The osprey's watching the storm. I think it saved the wrong image. There we go. We'll do it again real quick. Be a fun little image to share of the osprey watching it. All right, so that's pretty cool there. Jamie's the director. He's the one that actually punches the buttons here in the studio. Let's go back to the radar to show you guys what we are watching with these storms. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern portions of the metro area till 6 p.m. So I was in here before 1 p.m. today, a lot earlier than normal, just because we had that first wave of storms to relieve Sarah Converse, and got everything done. So I'm set for the newscast coming up at 6 o'clock. All of my normal duties are done, so I can just kind of watch the radar with all of you. So let's go ahead and zoom this down a little bit more so we can kind of track this. I'm going to go back and check the comments again. So if you have comments, I'm going to try to go back and check those. Again, we're streaming in 4 places: ABC6 YouTube, ABC6 WSYX Facebook page, WTTE Fox 28 Facebook page, and my Facebook page as well. So zoom this down into the metro area. Again, that heavy cell moving its way closer into the Dublin area, Powell as well. I mean, they're getting slammed up at Muirfield Village right now with this storm. So let's back this out a little bit so we can kind of get another gauge. I'm going to stop the loop, and we're going to do some updated arrival times. Tons of lightning up there in the Dublin, Plain City area. So again, the storm is actually staying pretty true to course here. We'll do arrival times, and then I want to look at the winds within the storms. So again, arrival times for the severe cell, heading to the east, southeast a little bit. Dublin, you're already starting to get it. It's going to pick up, but Dublin's going to get slammed here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Worthington at about 5:24. Eventually out towards New Albany, as long as it holds together by about, trying to move this so it's not blocking that. New Albany about 5:45, Pataskala 6:02, Granville at about 6:16, Newark at about 6:28. So again, it's making its way out to the east at about 30 miles per hour, and Yeah, moving at a pretty good clip. There are some other heavier cells moving its way through Pickerington down into northern portions of Fairfield County. So I don't want to leave you out, Fairfield County. You got some really heavy rain in Pickerington up by Buckeye Lake right now. And that is currently not severe, but we'll be keeping a close eye on that. If I clear off the lightning and loop it just over the last hour, you can see these cells popping up, moving east and drifting a little bit to the southeast. Not much, though. They're really not drifting much to the southeast. I was hoping they continue drifting farther southeast, so that way we're not getting cell after cell after cell coming through. All right, let's get to the velocity. I want to just look to see if we've got any winds in this storm currently rotating. And as we pull in this, bear with me while I switch this up, and I'm going to pull in the Columbus radar. It is not loading. I think it's trying to load. And interesting, it's not showing up. So if we go back over to the radar that we were on, I can try to do the scope inside of it. So go back over to the radar, clear off the lightning. Let's see the scope real quick. Can I get that current data? It looks like it's old data there, not coming in. Interesting. Let me check on here. Check on my phone. See if that data is coming in there to a different streaming service. And no. Oh, man. Let's see here. Wilmington activated. Affected by the outage. Delaware network is up. Radar outage. That is not good. So 33 minutes ago, that radar site was out. Island radar offline. That explains some things. All right, so technology's good. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of radar scope, but it seems that there's a comms issue down at the Wilmington office, because anytime you have the radar sites up and they're showing red, which is the Dayton, Columbus, and Cincinnati FAA radars and the Wilmington National Weather Service radar offline. So the data that we're pulling in from the radar right now is actually pulling in from the Cleveland radar site. That's good information to know, because we're swiping at a different level of the atmosphere. So let's go ahead and slice into these storms, get an update, and let me move the map a little bit. And we're going to tilt this some and move it here. All right, so as I go back to the slice, we can move this through, and you can see some of these hail cores are getting up to that 40,000 foot mark, so not quite as large as what it was earlier. The Pickerington cell looks like it's up to maybe 20,000 feet, so that's probably about the size of like maybe dime size hail. When you get up here to this other cell and you're getting up to about 40,000 feet, you're probably getting closer to about 1-inch diameter hail. So the good news is the hail doesn't look quite as bad as what it did a short time ago, but it's still obviously some pretty large hail. And we'll go back into the metro area. Let's go to some comments and see what we have going on real quick. I want to check emails because I am getting some emails coming in. Text for you. I'm watching live. Another rain delay at the Memorial Tournament. Thanks to Isabel. Thanks. Pass along any other info you. Thanks to Isabel for sharing that. She said they have a rain delay up there. All right. All right, Dayton. Let's read this. National Weather Service experiencing internet and communications issues. We have initiated service backup with Jackson, Kentucky, providing warning services. Therefore, warnings will be disseminated from them. Additionally, our radar is not transmitting outside of our office. However, we can see our radar data internally. We've activated urgent trouble tickets for the outage. Sincere for the issues. So that's coming in from the. All right, so Muirfield Village. This is an update from Isabel. They have delayed out there and that until 5:30, and this cell is not going to be out of there by 5:30 because there's more moving in behind it. So there's a lot of storms coming through behind this. So let's zoom this out real quick, and I want to loop it over the last hour, take off the lightning, and then we're going to go to the comments. As I mentioned, we're streaming live on a few platforms, and we're going to go to the WSYX Facebook page first and then we're going to check to see what comments we have on the live stream on there. So again, this is training in the manner that you can see that we're getting kind of one cell right behind another cell, behind another cell. So they're not really, it'd be nice if they were all drifting south, but instead it's one pocket, another pocket, another pocket, another pocket. So when you get that, flooding is a concern. So we have not had any reports of flooding yet, but we will have to wait and see if we do. And let's see, we got a hail report from that cell that just came through. Let's check that out, and then we'll get to the comments. Let's see, 1/2 inch diameter hail reported in Urbana with that last little round that came through. 48 mile per hour wind gusts in Sydney, and the other damages that we're getting reported in the metro area. These are from that first line. So when I pull up the Dublin one, it'll show 66 miles per hour. And that was with that first line that moved its way through. All right, go back to the radar, zoom this back down to the metro area, and before we get to the comments, I'll just kind of recap. So for anybody just joining us, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Union, also Madison County, Southern Union, Northern Madison County, Southern Delaware County, Northern Franklin County, and a lot of Licking County. That goes until 6 p.m. So I'm just kind of live streaming here, updating everyone. They got hail out at the Memorial Tournament right now. How, John or Becky, it seems like you guys might be out at the Memorial Tournament. How large is the hail there? Heavy rain in Pickerington. Sarah asking, will they finish the round today at the Memorial? That is a great question, and not a question that I can answer because I don't know. I think they're going to get lightning and they're going to get thunderstorms here for the next few hours. So they may pull the plug on today, just because it's already almost 6 o'clock before this is going to get through, or later, and just come back out tomorrow morning and finish it and then try to get it going again. Any good news with these storms? Yeah, we're getting some much needed rain. It's been dry for the last 9 straight days. So finally getting some much needed rain. Let's see here. Plain City getting the wicked storm. The winds, chill power is currently out in our area. Like the buzz cut from Vicky. Thank you. All right, so let's do something real quick here. We did this earlier when I was on here live, and we pulled up the power outage map, and we'll see an update on that. So let me pull up power outages, and we're going to show you a map of Ohio and what we've got going on. So let's go to the interactive version, and here you can see the counties and the outages that we have across the state of Ohio. Let me run through some of these counties real quick. Union County has about 3,000 customers without power. Madison County, 1,000. Knox County, this is from the earlier storm, over 7,000 customers without power. That is the most that we've got in our area. Knox County with almost 8,000 customers without power, and that's about 22% of Knox County without power right now. Muskingum County, 2,000 customers. Guernsey County, 1,000. Here in Columbus, in Franklin County, we have less than 1,000 people without power. That may change with the storm moving its way in, as it continues moving its way east across the northern outer belt. So let's go ahead and take you up to 270 in Sawmill. This is, it doesn't want to load here. Let's see, we got some other, we'll do a time lapse from our tower cam. This is out from Newark. There's that first round of storms that came through, quickly dried out after it. But let's go to our tower cam here at the station. And this is a look over the last 30 minutes. There's that storm racing through. Now we turn the camera looking north, passing its way just on the north side of the Columbus metro area. So again, I'll re-loop this for you to show you. We turn the camera, look to the northwest, and then a little bit more to the north here as that storm passes its way north of Columbus. And some of the camera's not up and online. So let's go to some other cameras here. Metro area, we can pull in the camera, I believe, up in Dublin. That's a look at Plain City. You can see very wet there up in the Dublin County camera. Or Dublin, not Dublin County, the Dublin camera in the northwestern portions of Franklin County. So let's go back over to the radar, because again, that's why you probably are on here. You're probably hearing the lightning, thunder, seeing the hail outside, depending on your location. And I'm going to pull back up the warning auto plot as we zoom in, and there we go. It'll plot now. So again, an update, severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Franklin, Delaware, Licking, Madison, Union County until 6 p.m. I'm going to check to see if there are any other comments on here. Don't see any other comments. I was curious how large the hail is up at Muirfield. If anybody is up there, by all means, jump on the chat. Let me know, because potentially some pretty large hail there, or at least hail regardless. You're getting some hail up there. All right, let's pull up the Fox 28 Facebook live stream, and this is right now. Let's see. Can I see the comments on here? Where are they at? All right. Marengo had bad storm go through. Same hours. Power still off here. How is Circleville doing? Circleville is fine. Circleville is south of these storms, but eventually this will all kind of drift its way to the east-southeast as we go through the evening. So most of this is likely going to be kind of hovering near Interstate 70 for the next few hours, and then this evening starting to drift its way south. Hoping to get more rain in Canal Winchester tonight. Yeah, I hope to get more rain at my lips as well. Yeah, Chief Leather Lips always brings rain for the Memorial Tournament. Definitely getting that. All right, let's see here. Marion in the clear. Marion, you will likely be in the clear for the rest of the night. Chances of storms for you. I would say if you are, let's back this out to the entire viewing area real quick. So if you are in this area right here, you are pretty much in the clear for tonight. Very slim chance of rain in Hardin, Marion, Crawford, Knox, northern Delaware, northern Union, most of Coshocton County. The chance of rain for you is very, very slim for the rest of the evening. Now, if you are in the I-70 corridor, now this does not mean you need to live next to it. It means that you need to live in a county that is touching I-70 or right next to it. This would be Southern Union, Madison, Franklin, Northern Pickaway, Fairfield, Licking, Muskingum, Perry, and also Guernsey, Noble County. You will definitely be getting some rain as we head through the next few hours as these storms continue to work their way to the east and eventually southeast. Then the question is to the south here. Do we get the storms to stay together long enough to get into Fayette, Ross, Pike, Athens County? Your chance of rain is lower than if you're up here in the I-70 corridor. Let's do a few things. Let's show you the earlier storms. That came through. It's been quiet. I actually ran home, grabbed lunch real quick, and then came back. I got everything done, grabbed lunch, get something to eat. I just brought some snacks for dinner tonight. We got an apple, granola bar, banana, and carrots. I know, it sounds great. Saturday Night Life. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning there you can see for the northern Franklin County area, northern metro. But I want to go to the radar and satellite. We've been watching this, and if you watched this earlier, we were showing two different air masses coming together. We had the warm, humid air moving in from the southwest. We also had a little bit of wind and energy coming down out of the northwest. Those two coming together. When things come together in the atmosphere, they've got to go somewhere. The easiest place to go is up, because it can't go down. When it goes up, you get those updrafts to form, and you can start seeing, we call them towering cumulus. They start building up, and you get those thunderstorms to start developing, and that's what we had right where those two kind of collided, where the storms have started to fire up. This is Futurecast over the next 36 hours. Take it with a grain of salt, because I already disagree with it. The storms are too far north on here. All of these storms need to be shifted farther to the south. As a matter of fact, I can do that. Let me do it real quick. Watch this. I'm going to do distance, south, shift them all south. This is what it looks like a little bit better. I can manually get in here and adjust some of these. Let's expire this in 3 hours when we get a new one. All right, so this is what it looks like a little bit better. I think you all would agree with that. So the storms are near I-70. As we go through the evening hours, let's put this in motion. It doesn't want to cooperate. Close. Reload. So it's near I-70 here at 7 p.m. We get a couple of thunderstorms to drift farther south as they shift a little bit more to the southeast through the evening. And then tomorrow, the best chance of rain is going to be closer to Dayton, Cincinnati, Portsmouth, southern and western portions of the state. We're going to have a front basically park right along here. Whoops, wrong thing. Right along here. And that's going to kind of act like a barrier. Keep most of the rain in the south and west part of the state tomorrow. And we likely will be dry in Columbus. I've got a 30% chance for a very slim shot, but most of it's going to be more to the south and west for late tomorrow. So let's go back to the radar. And as we zoom back in, it's 5:23 right now. We got a newscast coming up on ABC 6 News at 6 p.m. So I might leave this up on just the radar when we go to the live broadcast. But while you're all out there trying to maybe fire up the barbecue, enjoy the evening hours, figured I would jump on here and update you. It's interesting, these storms up a little even farther north here, along the turnpike, up there along Interstate 80 and up near Lake Erie. But the way that these lines setting up, I don't really like that, because it's more of a flood concern as we go through the short term. National Weather Service just sending a little bit of an update. They said thunderstorms will continue to develop and train. We talked about that. Train across areas generally north of I-70 through the rest of the evening. Rainfall totals could locally exceed 4 inches. As a result, there is a slight risk for flash flooding. Thunderstorm activity is expected to diminish around midnight, with the threat for flooding gradually ending early Sunday morning. So, that is something to keep an eye on. All right. Trying to see if they have any other update issues. They issued another little text update. Will be down until further notice, so they're just letting us know that their radar sites are down. We talked about that training and how we're getting those storms to kind of fire up along Interstate 70. That's actually specifically out for Indiana. That was the Indianapolis office, but it still applies for us here for the potential for flooding that we were talking about. I'm trying to read it off of our internet computer down off in the distance. All right, let's go back to the metro area. Let's update you on the latest time arrivals. We haven't done that in a little bit. So zoom this out just a smidge. Took off the lightning. Before we get to, let's just plot on here the lightning to show you. Ton of lightning in northern Fairfield County. Ton of lightning on the north side of the outer belt. There's a lot of lightning here in northern Union County and even here in eastern Champaign County heading back in. So let's do some arrival times for this storm. The first storm here that does not have a severe thunderstorm warning, but it bears watching. Moving east-southeast, more east than southeast. And arrival times for this heavier cell, let me move this just a smidge here, a little farther north. For the heaviest part of that storm, Baltimore about 5:29, eventually towards Pleasantville by about 5:38, Rushville 5:49, New Lexington 6:13, and McConnellsville 6:52. Let's take this up on this other cell here. This one that's going right through Buckeye Lake right now. You're getting it in Thornville as we speak, but eventually out towards Zanesville by about 6:09, specifically the south side of Zanesville. We'll get a little bit more of this along I-70 and just to the south for that particular cell. Eventually out towards Philo by about 6:20, Pleasant City by about 6:58. Now this cell here, this is a much larger cell, but let's go up to where the heaviest part of this is. And this again is for when you're potentially getting into some of that hail. Johnstown 5:51, Granville 6:10, Newark 6:22, Hopewell 6:50. Those are some of the bigger cities on there. But this is still down here into the metro area as well, so we'll shift this south a little bit. So the southern part of that heavy cell, severe thunderstorm warning with it. Minerva Park 5:59. You're already getting some heavy rain there, Minerva Park. I mean, it's right there now. New Albany 5:42. And again, this is the heaviest part of the cell, not the initial leading edge of it. You'll start to get rain, it'll pick up, but this is where you'll probably be getting into the really intense lightning and the hail. Granville 6:13, Buckeye Lake 6:21, Newark 6:25, and Hopewell 6:51. There's also this cell that's moving its way into northern Madison County. That arrival time for the heaviest of that cell, Hilliard 5:48, Columbus 6:06, Minerva Park 6:11, Reynoldsburg 6:27, Pickerington 6:35, and Granville by about 6:56. So we'll be tracking that live on ABC 6 at 6 p.m. And let's see if I have any new updates coming in on the phone here. Don't see anything new. So let's clear this off of here real quick. I want to look at some of the rainfall totals. Now that we've had this rain for a little bit longer, let's widen this out just a little bit more. And let's go to rainfall estimates for the last 3 hours since these have started to pop up. So this is going to be, and I really hate that the National Weather Service, they had 1/4 to 1/2 inch size hail at Muirfield Village. So that means that it's about P to mothball size out at Muirfield Village. So not severe, needs to be the size of a 1/4, which is 1 inch in diameter. Matter of fact, I'll show you that real quick here for severe hail. How large that hail needs to be. The most common size of hail is pea and mothball size. We get that all the time. That is not going to be enough to ding your car and cause dents. It's got to be larger than that. Penny, nickel size might leave some small indentations, but you really got to get up to about the size of a 1/4 because it's going to have a lot faster fall speed and it's going to be heavier. So we've not had any reports of the 1/4 ping pong, golf ball size hail, and no reports of tennis ball, baseball, or softball. So let's get back over to the radar, and I'm going to pull in my Facebook Live and see what comments we have on there, and zoom this down into the metro area. So we'll zoom this in and stop it. Stop the radar loop. So you can see where you have the white. That's where you're indicating some of those pockets of hail. The heaviest rain we've got right now is right up here in Westerville, kind of right between Westerville and Sunbury, right near the Hoover Reservoir. I mean, they're getting pounded on in the Hoover Reservoir area right now. So that's going to continue moving its way between New Albany, Johnstown area here shortly. And I'll back this out just to kind of show you. Let's loop this over the last 30 minutes. And let's go very slow. We'll just go slow. All right, so let's loop this over the last 30 minutes. Even that is considered slow, but you can see they are drifting a little bit more to the south. I want them to drift far more to the south. I don't want training. I don't want flooding. So we want to see those drifting its way a little bit farther south. Shane asking, are you liking the hairdo? I am. It's less maintenance. It's starting to get a little bit. I don't know if you guys can hear. It's getting a little bit the peach fuzz-ish on there. So yeah. Let's see here. Definitely pouring in Westerville area. Winds are picking up. Let's see. What other questions do we have? Perrytown got nailed earlier today. We're getting pounded with wind, rain. No visibility. Is getting hit hard with debris in the car plus hail. Let's see here. Thanks, Sherry. What other questions do we have? Coming down. Don't see any other particular questions on my Facebook page. So the cell that's moving its way through southern Delaware County right now, Westerville area, between Westerville and Sunbury, that is the heaviest cell that we have currently. Go over to the radar. Can I hide the hail? I want to see if I can hide the hail. I don't think I can. All right, so again, this is moving its way to the east-southeast and moving at about 35 miles an hour, 27, 26 miles per hour. So, yeah, it's moving through pretty quickly. I was just trying to get a gauge of... So they've updated it and now saying that that cell up in the Sunbury area, Westerville, Sunbury, potentially could have hail the size of 1.5 inches. And I know that may be hard to see on your screen, but I'm looking right here. That says 1.5 inches. So that's some pretty large hail potentially moving its way through the Victory Camp, Westerville area, right over the Hoover Reservoir, right over the central part of the Hoover Reservoir. Let's go back down to that tower cam time lapse to show this storm moving across the northern part of the metro area. So this is, again, going to be the last 30 minutes. And you can see that storm quickly racing its way across the area. And even a little bit of a roll cloud there almost briefly as it made its way through. So this is a roll cloud. You can see that cloud there kind of kicking through. Not much rain here at the station compared to what you had up to the north there. Let's look at some of the rainfall totals we've had just from the day to day. So Gus, precip list. So here's a look at the winds and rainfall totals. Columbus picked up about 1/3 of an inch earlier. Newark, Marion picked up 1/2 of an inch. And again, this is from the first round and the second round that's made its way through. Really probably just the first round, to be honest, because it hasn't had enough time. All right, so let's see here. Checking to see. I'm checking the Fox 28 Facebook page. I haven't been on that one in a minute to see if there's any questions on there. And again, I'm doing this more so just to let you guys know where the storms are. In that way, as we lead up to the newscast here, I had time to just kind of track all this. We'll zoom it down right into the Franklin County area. And let's see what questions we have on. What I like to see, what I like seeing is that some of these cells are starting to drift a little bit more to the south. So if I stop this here, stop it now. This cell here, stop looping. This cell right here has been drifting its way a little bit more to the east southeast, and I want to see that. I want all this to drift south. We don't want flooding. The Westerville area, the Westerville one continues kind of drifting a little bit more to the east. This one going a little bit more to the east, out near Buckeye Lake. The other cell here north of Lancaster has been drifting a little bit more to the southeast. So what they're doing right now, all of these thunderstorms, is they are drifting to the path of least resistance and where they can get the most fuel. Columbus has dropped to 74 degrees with the storm moving through. Look at Delaware, though. 86 degrees. Your dew point is 72. That is some soupy air. And the fact that you're at 86, it makes it feel like it is 92 degrees right now in Delaware once you factor in that humidity. All right. Do you think they'll get back out on the Memorial Golf Course? Another question coming in from Sarah. I cannot predict that. What I can tell you is where the storms are going to be going. That is all up to the PGA, the professionals out there, whether they will continue to try to play or not. What I will tell you is, let me put on a little marker. The Muirfield Village is right near where 270 is, right here. I kind of circled it in red. Can I plot this and leave this? That's right where the Memorial Tournament is taking place, right there. So, based off of that, and you look at the last hour, let me back this up and take you through the last hour. Storms came through earlier, clipped up there. They're right on the edge of it, and there are still more storms that are out to the west here in Sydney specifically that are kind of heading in that direction. So I would say the chances of them trying to continue play are slim, but not zero. Because it's going to be wet. They're probably going to want to let the course dry out a little bit. And that next cell that's out in Shelby County by Sydney is going to move through. So I would say they still could play. But I would say they could have another lightning delay as well, very likely. So it's a lot easier. The weather's hard to predict. But weather's easier to predict than predicting what people will do because of the weather. Because decisions made because of the weather is going to be different from person to person, and that's very hard to predict. So I'm going to zoom this back down and get you the update on that warning while I kind of go through some of the comments here. As we zoom on in here, the heaviest cell moving its way east of Hoover Reservoir now, near Johnstown, Granville, and also Newark. So the heaviest cell is basically moving its way from southeastern Delaware County, northeastern Franklin County, and pushing its way into Licking County. So Licking County has the heaviest thunderstorm right now. There are some really heavy storms that move their way just through Buckeye Lake momentarily. It's now moving its way right near Interstate 70 and just south of it in northern Perry County, southern Licking County, and moving into Muskingum County shortly, and also just north of Lancaster. And there's more thunderstorms that are out here to the west moving their way in. So let's loop this, and I'll take off the lightning. Let's go through some of the comments coming in on the stream. So let's see here. Minerva Park, 20 half inch, 15 minutes, half inch hail. Any new severe thunderstorm warning by Dayton? So there is a thunderstorm. Someone asking near Dayton from Nick. And yes, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Actually just came through where I grew up, southern Darke County, northern Preble County. And that is heading towards Dayton. So yes, there's another one. So let's see here. What else do we have? Any questions coming in on the chat? I am checking that right now. Let's see here. How's it look for Ashley tonight? Got an outside gig. Chance of rain in Ashley is pretty slim at this point. There's still some energy out there for sure. It's hot and humid, so you could get some thunderstorms, but right now, most of the storms are a lot closer to Interstate 70. How long will this last tonight? That's all going to depend on your location. Some areas are going to see this for a while. Other areas, not quite as long. But generally, the thought is this is all going to continue drifting its way to the east, southeast as we head through the next several hours. Pea-size hail up in the Muirfield Village. So thanks for that report from Kathleen, I believe. Let's see here. Don't see any other questions coming in on the ABC6 Facebook page. Let me go back over to mine to see what comments we have there. Rumbling in Reynoldsburg. My gauge has 1.1 inches on Marion Union County line. That's a good rain. The problem is the soil has been so dry for the past week that unfortunately, even with that much rain, not all of that is going to soak into the ground, unfortunately. I'm south of Zanesville from Heather. Yeah, you're about ready to get that next cell that's going to move its way through northern Perry County into southern Muskingum County shortly. What about Coshocton County, Chillicothe area? Let's do something here. Let's show you the last 5 hours here. Let's show you the last 6 hours. This is the last 6 hours, and I'm going to speed this up so that way you can kind of see those storms that came through earlier. So this is the last storms that popped up. There are those early storms. They kicked out into Pennsylvania and out of here. Then the next storm started to pop up. And I did a Facebook Live and YouTube Live earlier, and I said it's all going to be generally... they're going to start initiating between I-70 and US 30. They have started a little bit closer to I-70 than US 30, but they all started north of I-70, and they are slowly starting to drift their way a little bit more to the south of I-70, which we want. We want them to drift farther south. So someone asking about the Chillicothe area, and we were watching the radar and satellite as well earlier, because if you watch carefully, and this is interesting, let me zoom in here to the last 30 minutes. Let me slow this down. Very slow. What I want to point out, I love satellite imagery on a day like today. This is when I really can geek out and nerd out. So watch here, the northern edge of this. We're showing the radar. This is the satellite. So this is looking at the tops of the clouds. So if you look right along here and here and even here, look at the top line. Ignore that bottom line. It's trying to make a full, complete circle. Someone changed the tool there. What's happening is that northern line are the clouds, and it's pushing north. So you're getting some winds. If you're in Hardin County, Delaware, Marion County, this line of storms coming through. If you're outside, sometimes you get that big gust of wind out ahead of it. It's pushing winds north. So there still could be storms pop up to the north that have not started yet. We'll have to see if that wind pushing its way north hits any other converging air and lifts north. Man, our tower cam looks cool right now. I'll get to that here in just a second. Someone asking about Chillicothe. So this is a look at Futurecast for this evening. Here's 7 p.m. on Futurecast. There are some storms that drift south. In my opinion, Futurecast is under-predicting how much rain there is going to be later this evening and tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to have a front basically park right along here, and that's going to keep most of tomorrow's rain in the western and southwest part of the viewing area. Does get a little bit into our neck of the woods. Columbus is probably dry tomorrow. Columbus is probably dry most of Monday. Both days are going to be about a 30% chance of rain. So as we get back to the radar, I would say if you live in the northern part of the viewing area and you are not seeing this round yet, there's still a chance you could get some pop-up storms as we go through the next several hours here. So right now, the only warning we have in our viewing area is this cell that's moving its way into Licking County. It is now moving its way out of Franklin County and moving its way into Licking County. As I mentioned, the tower cam looks sweet right now. Let me go down and show you the current tower cam. So this is a look at our tower cam at downtown right now. Those storms are moving their way through. I can show you a time lapse of the last 30 minutes. We're watching the storms move across the northern part of the outer belt. They switched the camera view back to downtown, and you can see that first initial line of clouds moving their way through. So, pretty intense there. Let's go back to the radar. I need to get some stuff ready before the newscast, put on my jacket, get my microphone on, my earpiece and everything. So I'm going to get that because they're going to start doing microphone checks here shortly. And we'll be live on ABC6 and Fox 28. Just Just seeing what we have on for our broadcasting right now. Make sure I'm not covering up anything that I shouldn't be. So let's get back over to the radar and I'll show you what we've got. We've been on live now for 71 minutes. 71 minutes. No tornado warning, but you know, the fact that there's a lot of people doing some stuff outside, I figured jumping on here, updating you all on what we are seeing on the radar would be very beneficial for you all. So again, there is that severe thunderstorm warning. It was earlier, it still is for Franklin and Delaware County, but that particular pocket is moving its way into Licking County. Just got a new thunderstorm warning issued. This is going to be for Perry County, and that, as we zoom down to that cell there, that goes until 6:15 p.m. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Perry County until 6:15 p.m. with that cell that is building some strength. And right now, Knox County, I'm sorry, not Knox County, in Fairfield County, moving its way into Perry County. Man, what a bad luck. We are getting some really unfortunate luck with the radars being out for our particular area, because we could get some pretty significant, zoom in and look at some of the wind with some of these cells. So let's see here. Any other updates coming in on email or anything? I do not see anything here. Got another thunderstorm warning issued for Fairfield County. They just issued it finally for Fairfield County for that cell there. That expires at 6 p.m. So starting to get enough hail with that particular cell in Fairfield County. Let's slice into it. I like slicing into storms. I like slicing into cake a little bit more, but... all right, so let's loop this right now. I'm going to move the map a little bit, so bear with me 1 second as I tilt the map, and let's back this up. All right, so we can go into the slice here and look to see how high in this storm this cell is going. So, come on, work with me here. Why is it not working? I'll slice again. Let's slice right across here. And we'll get a gauge of how high in the atmosphere this storm is getting those hail cores, because it helps to kind of see how large the hail is. So as we move this here, I can move this forward and backward. Come on, pull in the radar data. Doesn't want to move. It's probably an issue because we have that radar sight down. Try it one more time. The National Weather Service has been offline. Yep, having some issues with it. Let's abandon that and get back to what we can pull in. So the query, and zoom it into the metro area. And I'm going to kind of loop this for you guys real quick. So I'm going to zoom this out. We've got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. And I'm going to loop this as I get my jacket on and get everything set for the 6 p.m. newscast. So I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to be here. I need to check our rundown. News severe thunderstorm warning for Noble and Guernsey County. Just got one out here, Muskingum County as well. So that one just was issued. We were talking about this one moving its way into Muskingum County. That is until 6:30 p.m. So we have got a handful of warnings already. Ugh. Getting old, folks. Getting old. I didn't crack and pop there when I got out of the chair, but... So new severe thunderstorm warning for Muskingum, Guernsey, Noble County, and that goes until 6:30 p.m. So got a handful of these severe thunderstorm warnings. The good news is that they're just severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no tornado warnings with any of these. And not a lot of rotation, which is good news. We don't want rotation. So let me pull in the 6 p.m. newscast here real quick. We have some breaking news with Hebron. There was a shooting earlier, and there's still some breaking news with that. So that'll be the leading story for the newscast tonight on ABC 6 News. Got a dime-size hail in Westerville. Let's see here. Delaware County, southern Delaware County, Galena had nickel-size hail. Let's see here. Trying to see what other reports we had coming in. So some hail reports. And let me go back over to here. Where's this? I want to switch over to this radar site. And maps, primary settings, radar 2, velocity. Not seeing much rotation with these storms. We'll switch to Cleveland site real quick. So the good news is not a lot of rotation, which is good. We don't want that. We don't want any rotation. We don't want flooding. We don't want rotation. What is interesting, though, is this little cell here in southwest portions of Fairfield County, or eastern Fairfield County. There's a little bit. But all the radar sites are so far away, it's not picking up on much of it. All right, so I got 2 minutes to fill for my first weather here. We're going to do a lot of stuff on the radar. So I am going to... see here. My phone has been blowing up with all of these warnings being issued. Checking those real quick. What I'm going to do is I can leave this up as I do my live hits on air, and I'm going to do that. What I will probably do is switch from you guys seeing my main computer. I have it kind of channeled through right now, and I'm going to switch you to my other computer, so that way you guys can still see the radar as we're doing live hits for the newscast, and I'll come back in and check in occasionally with what we are seeing. So let me go ahead and get my microphone and jacket on. Because the nice thing is, with everything online here, we can keep this stream going indefinitely. I don't have to cut into the newscast or the programming. And the nice thing is that we had sporting events earlier, but all their scores were at the bottom of the screen. Last thing I want to do is cover up some scores, because we get really nasty calls from people because they're mad because they can't see what the score is. Not that we can control it, but the fact that we have... the fact that we're on 3 different channels right now streaming this, it's hard to make sure we're doing it all properly in all of those channels. The worst part about the head shave thing...
Are you on live?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been live now for almost 80
I
minutes.
know, it's been a while.
Isabella's here.
Hello. Kirsten's at the memorial,
What'd she say?
and she texted me. Let me read you her message. She said they're evacuating the course due to weather. That was at 5:35.
Yeah.
Not looking good for them.
No. I mean, the good news is tomorrow they're completely dry. So if they suspend play today,
Can
they
get
have
it done
all day tomorrow. So,
That's good.
yeah. For people that are going on Sunday, you get more than 18 holes.
Yeah, a round and a half.
I wonder how many holes they got through today. Most of them.
I don't know. Dave will tell us here soon.
Yeah, I was
Dave's
gonna
live
say.
in the 6 o'clock news.
We should text them. Be like, how many holes do they need to finish up? That would be a good
That's
question
good.
for him. Yeah, he'll let us know what they're doing because he'll be plugged in better than anybody.
They're used to this. Nothing new for the memorial.
They get rain at least one day typically, if not more. So
Me too.
one rainy day, not bad. Not out of 3.
But apparently they moved it to this weekend or week to try to avoid the rain.
Right. Mic check for me. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5.
texted
Microphone's on
Dave.
now. Thanks. All right.
We'll see if Dave replies.
What's
Mic
the
check,
update
mic
on the
check.
Hebron
Hello. Mic check, mic
situation?
check.
Are they still looking for people?
Yes, they are looking for 2 people.
Who's live with that? Do we have
Aaron
it?
Simonek.
So we have 2 reporters tonight.
Yeah, it's an atypical weekend.
Oh, and we have
Buck, we have Aaron, we have
Dave.
I love it.
Is Kellyanne out there
The
too?
more the merrier, yes.
Man. Full steam tonight.
I know. We just, there might be some storm damage.
Up in Muirfield?
Smoky Road and Ham Rock Drive.
Okay.
I believe that's Columbus.
Smoky Road.
Smoky Road and Ham Rock Drive. 13 holes left for the leaders.
Ooh, so they got a lot of golf to try to get in tomorrow.
That's gonna be a long day.
Well, I mean, they already
Can they
had the
start
cut.
earlier?
They had a cut, so there are not as many players playing.
Dave said yes. Dave will respond. I don't know what he must hear us chit chatting.
Probably with our microphone check.
Yeah.
13 holes left to go. That's a lot. I'm going to slide over here. All right, so let me switch this back over to the other radar so that way you guys can keep an eye on the radar while we're live on the newscast. So bear with me one second while
I'm
it
gonna
pulls
go get
this in.
ready.
All right. So I'm switching over the site of where we're getting. All right, so let's zoom this in a little bit more. I'm going to leave up this. The problem is it's so busy with everything going on. I want to try to cover that up. Let's do that. That's a pretty good view there. Let's cover up that warning to the north. We don't care about that warning. Not up on Lake Erie. There we go. You can kind of see all of our viewing area, most of it at least. And there, you can see all the severe thunderstorm warnings we've got. We've got a lot of them right now. So I'm going to leave this up while I am live on air here on ABC6. So that way this will keep streaming. I'll be back to check in between my hits coming up. And I will be also monitoring some of the reports coming in from the National Weather Service. Tree damage throughout Dublin area. What else do we have here? So a lot of trees being down in the Dublin area. So let's go back over here. I need to get my show set up. 6 p.m. news. Let's go to, we need to go pull in the radar as I get all my hits set up, ready to go, and get you all set for the next few days here. Okay, thanks, Robert. We're talking about our evening newscasts. So sweeping, velocity, radar, and let's see here. File. New show element. We've got a lot going on the radar. So let's loop this over the last hour. Let's do the last 12 hours. They extended this severe thunderstorm watch north into Delaware County now. Delaware County, you just got included in severe thunderstorm watch. So let's loop this over the last 12 hours. It has been an active morning. Clear off that lightning. That's kind of busy. And the new cell is just popping up. So let's save this as a new show element. And so let's delete this. Let's zoom into some of these other cells here. First cell. Severe thunderstorm warning right now for Johnstown area. File. New show element. Now we're going to move down to the next cell. We're going to really zoom in on some of these. Zanesville. Let's see. New show element. And then we're going to go down here to the south. Into Perry. And also, I think the heaviest cell we've got right now is east of Lancaster. Between Lancaster and Somerset. That is the heaviest cell that we've got currently. And new show element. Ooh, all suspects are detained. That's an update. Oh, okay. So there weren't 4. All there. So let's do. Ooh, starting to rain a lot of heavier here at the station. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I have all of my hits lined up here, all my graphics in the proper order that I want. Really do not agree with Futurecast. What is this showing here? 7:30, drifting south. I'm going to show this, even though it's kind of choppy. Flare. Let's clear this, clear this. I want to go to tower cam. I want to show the last hour. Last hour.
We begin tonight with a swarm of police near State Road 79 in Lincoln County. It all started with a shooting in Newark that led officers to Hebron afternoon. Both suspects are in custody right now. Aaron Simon has been out of the scene all afternoon. Aaron, is it still happening out there?
Her microphone is just soaked. New severe thunderstorm watch for Morgan and Perry County till 11 p.m. So just got a new one up there. All right, so we got 2 warnings now. All right. I'm coming up live shortly on ABC 6. Oops. 601. All right. I got to get out here real quick, and I will be back in a little bit. Need to see. All right. Time to head out here. Hello. I had two graphics that were from yesterday in there. Not what I intended. Let me fix that for this next hit. The severe parameters. That. Ooh, so they're done. Trying to get my next hit. I want to adjust Futurecast to show it a little bit earlier. 10 p.m. there. Whoops. Delete. Add pause. Let's see here. Shove this to 7 a.m. Bump this back to noon. Bump this back to 5 p.m. Bump this back to 10. 7, noon, 5. All right, so adjust these real quick. Sorry, I'm trying to get my stuff set up for the next hit. So adjust this back. North a little bit. All right, so let's go down here and do the other one. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus on getting ready for the hits on air here. All right. So, just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for out here to the west, and this is going to be for Clark, also Madison and Fayette counties, and that goes until 7 p.m. So just got a new warning there issued. So I'm going to go back up here, plop on the sweeps with the warnings, so that way it will auto plot those for you guys. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to save this. I need to save, close. All right. $620. Let's see here. Let's go tonight. All right. So we're going to do that, updating a couple of graphics that I didn't get a chance to. And I need to make sure that these are all set for the hit coming up on air here. Tomorrow, if you're heading up to Muirfield Village, it is going to be a lot drier, but it is still going to be hot. It is still going to be very humid for tomorrow if you're heading up there. And let's see here. The other thing is, let's see, it's very humid outside. Let's show that. All right, so. Winds tomorrow are out of the north 5, and then southeast at 5. Three minutes. All right. Yeah, I'm keeping this up going. I'm going to update you guys.
Coming up, new information about why ceasefire talks continue to stall with Iran. Turns out it may have nothing to do with nuclear weapons and everything to do with Israel.
So let's loop this just over the last 4 hours. It's kind of when things started firing up again for us. Loop. So let's go to viewing area and watch this. Let's see here. I love the fact that, like, if you loop this over the last couple of hours, they are drifting farther to the south. So the good news is we're not dealing with the training as much as they are drifting more to the south. That's great news to see them drifting more to the south. Matter of fact, I might just leave up the loop so that you guys can see that. So the fact that they're drifting south of I-70 now, that's good news to avoid flooding, because if it all kept going right along I-70 like they were doing, not ideal. All right, so save current setup. Let's go back up here. We've got new warnings issued. Those 3. What's that other one? It's trying to show that one up along Lake Erie. I don't want that. I don't want to show that. I want to show these. So save current. Let's zoom into where we've got severe thunderstorm warnings, get you an update on those. The newest one is for Clark County moving into southern, not northern, Madison County. Earlier it was north of I-70. Now it's south of I-70. So that is the newest severe thunderstorm warning that we've got issued. We've also still got the one issued for Muskingum, Guernsey Noble County. That one south side of Zanesville. We were talking about that earlier, south side of Zanesville. And then the other heavier cell moving its way into Perry County. New Lexington is about to get slammed. You're already starting to get that. Take you out to our tower cam right now. Things are much quieter than what they were. Heat index, just to show you that some places it is steamy out there. Columbus has cooled down to 72, but that dew point's at 70. It is very humid. Let's show the humidity. It stays pretty high tonight. What is this? Stays pretty humid tonight. Drops a little bit late Sunday, Monday, and then it just gets soupy next week. All right. I have one package, FunFest lights, and it comes back to me.
New information tonight about a massive fight that shut down a festival in the Catholic Church near Bexley. Rocky Walker tells us it was more chaotic than you might think.
All right. I think I'm all set. Got everything I need. Distance south. Jeffrey! He's one of our production assistants that was just on TV. All right. Again, I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted making sure I have everything good for on air here for our 6 p.m. newscast. And then I'll be back with you all. I'm just trying to leave the radar up so you guys can see where the storms are. And then also, I'll be back to check in with you guys in a little bit. You know what I haven't done that I've been meaning to the whole time? I keep forgetting. I want to see how much rain I've gotten in my house. One of the rain gauges says 3/4 of an inch of rain. Love that. The other one says a half an inch. I have rain barrels, and it takes about an inch of rain to fill all of them up. Collects all the rain from my roof, 95% of my roof, and it all goes into my 3 rain barrels. So it only takes about 1 inch of rain to fill up 155 gallons. I drained them all for Thursday morning because the garden was getting so dry. Everything was starting to wilt. So I filled a bunch of 5-gallon buckets, dumping it on the garden. Anyway, see you guys on Fox 28 here in just a second. Not Fox 28, ABC 6 newscast.
Along with those fights, teams were involved in at least 2 shootings in Columbus so far this weekend. This afternoon, police say medics rushed from Juvenile Ave and Nationwide Children's Hospital. The victim was shot in North Columbus at Baldwin Park. Police do not share anything about who shot them. The victim is expected to recover. 3.5 miles southeast of that scene, police say a male teen was shot last night. He went to the hospital and officers tell us he should be okay.
I'm interested to see how many people are still watching the stream. Got the radar still going here. Let's zoom into some of the heavier cells for you real quick, because I already have that built for on air here. So I'm going to move this back up here. I'm going to switch this over to load this. So this is a look at the last 4 hours, and you can see those thunderstorms popping up just north of I-70, and they are finally starting to drift south of I-70. Love to see it. Love to see those cells drifting farther to the south, so we're not getting them all concentrated in one particular line. All right, so here's a look at what we've got right now. There are 3 warnings in our area right now. And we're going to zoom into each of these. So zoom into the first one here, moving from Clark County into southern Madison County, near South Sullivan, London area, basically between London and Xenia, near South Charleston, Midway. You're going to be getting hit with this next particular cell. There's also a cell just south of West Jefferson, too, between London and Mount Sterling. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 7 p.m. for Madison and northern Fayette County. This other severe thunderstorm warning goes until 6:30, so another 7 minutes, moving its way from Muskingum County into southern Guernsey County. So this is generally the cell with the severe thunderstorm warning is on the south of I-70 in Muskingum County. And there's not as much lightning with that. It's actually showing some signs of weakening. This cell also weakening a little bit east of Lancaster, moving its way closer to New Lexington. It had a lot of lightning earlier, but that one also showing some signs of weakening. So we will be keeping an eye on these storms as they work their way through the area over the next several hours. And I'll go just to the last hour here to show you where these storms have been kind of drifting their way more to the east-southeast. So let's look at rainfall totals real quick. Last 3-hour rainfall totals. There are some pockets where we've had 1 to 2 inches, where you're seeing some of that yellow. So potentially some high water in some spots. And it's humid outside. The humidity stays pretty high for the day tomorrow. It'll drop a little bit tomorrow night and Monday morning, but then it goes back up, muggy and soupy for a lot of next week. Are you talking about the warning at the top? Yeah. I mean, it's up because it's in the newscast. Upstairs, the MOC could have taken it down and... Yeah. All right, that's not. Making sure there's not covering anything. All right, back with you all now. You can see that. Let's pull back up the radar over here. Trying to see.
After two regulated memorial tournament organizers shutting down Saturday evening, the players did not finish today's round, so they'll complete that on Sunday starting at 7 in the morning and then play another round to finish the tournament Sunday. They just can't seem to catch a break from the rain every year. For the latest news, check out our website, abc600tide.com.
Oops, my bad. There you guys go. What is up, everyone? I am back with you guys now to kind of fully focus on this. So yeah, middle of the newscast, things got obviously a little busy back here for me. So still going, 2 hours, 5 minutes in now. And let's see what kind of questions we have. If there's anything new that I might have missed, well, is there? Are you able to move the map and show Southern Pickaway County? So Southern Pickaway County is on there, Ryan Ross. Let's see here. Let's see other questions. Let's see, just wondering about Coshocton County, Scioto County, nothing. My husband said what? Plain City lost power an hour or so, still out, so some people without power. Yeah, the head was blocked because of that. If we put it on the bottom, Vicky, we had scores. We had horse racing on Fox, and we had something else on the CW. So we can only pick top or bottom because it feeds out from one computer to our 3 stations. So we had to pick top or bottom. If we put it at the bottom, it would cover up the lower thirds, the line, the text at the bottom, like where you see Andrew Buck-Michael here. It would cover that up, and it would cover up scores. So I have 3 TVs up here on the side that I keep an eye on. And if we have sports, then we adjust where it needs to be for the scores. And because we had scores on the bottom for the other stations, I left it up at the top. We were asking for them to take it down during the newscast itself. So let's update you on the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have right now. And I'm going to push this back over to the other computer and pull this in. And pulling this in here. Let me go back over here. Video 1 out. And now everything's feeding back from over here. Sweet. All right, so let's zoom into some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. We got a new one that was just issued for Cambridge area, south of Cambridge, and also east of Cambridge. 2 different cells. These both expire at 7:15. So Noble County, Guernsey County go until 7:15 with those particular cells moving their way to the east-southeast. We zoom down here into the cell that has moved its way through Perry County, and that particular cell has a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. So that'll be going for another 20 minutes. Just south of New Lexington. Then this other cell that's south of London, the Midway area, Mount Sterling also got some really heavy ranges north of there. And I want to zoom this out. We are starting to get a few of those lines to pop up a little bit more to the north. And we have, I'm going to loop this real quick. Let me back this up to this next previous cell. So this is a look at the last few hours. Let's go last 2 hours real quick and loop this. And show you that we're starting to get some of these cells. If you were watching earlier, we were talking about the line of clouds that were north of Columbus and how we were noticing a little ripple going north, and that areas to the north that have been missing out could start to get some of this, the wind kicking out from the storms going farther north, actually triggering rain to the north and kicking its way to the north. And so that's what we're watching to the north. Some of these cells kicking their way up into Hardin County, also up into portions of Knox, and also Morrow County, getting some rain finally to the north there. And this does not have any of the warnings. This is just strictly radar. And also got some thunderstorms up in Fort Wayne, Lima area moving their way through. It's interesting how we have certain cells going in different directions. If you watch these cells that we have here to the south, they are generally going to the east-southeast, the trajectory that we were anticipating. This one little cell here that came through Muirfield earlier, this is kind of going in its own little direction off to the east and almost a little bit east-northeast there into northern Muskingum County. And that particular cell is going in a slightly different trajectory, likely just feeding off of the heat and humidity. But as far as what we've got going on, and for us here in the metro area, we got some storms kicking in from the west, but they are not likely severe currently. But we'll switch this over to the current warnings. So severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Madison and Fayette County till 7 p.m. 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. The cell here in south of New Lexington and Perry County, 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then a couple of other cells out here to the east. Coshocton, Northern Muskingum, Guernsey, Noble counties, and those are all packing 1-inch diameter hail, possible 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we've still got a few warnings. The cell here that's just north of Dublin, it's a good thing they suspended play. They 688 0546. They suspended the play up there for the rest of the day, which is good because there's more lightning coming through. The course is soaking wet. It would be interesting to have people go out and play now if people have already previously finished playing for the day, because you would have totally different conditions on the course. So, take off my jacket, since I really don't need that right now. The only way we would cut in on air is if we would have a severe thunderstorm warning. Or, I'm sorry, a tornado warning at this point. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Any questions, comments? Trees down, trampoline flying, cars damaged from Adam. Where's that at, Adam? I don't know where you are. Video on my Facebook page. Getting hit hard in northern Muskingum County. Power outages, trees down. We have not... All right, so this cell that's up here near Plain City, a little bit of lightning with that, some potentially some small hail as well between Marysville, Plain City, and Ostrander. As a matter of fact, we pull up this camera here. It shows what we've got, and some heavy rain probably in that Dublin camera. Not showing it too bad right there right now, but Grove City's getting some heavy rain, 70 degrees there currently. Go back over to the radar and show you what we've got. So again, the first initial wave kicked through, then we had these pop-up showers and storms, and when we go back up here, I want to show you the satellite that we had earlier, because that really was kind of cool to see that wave of wind kicking out north of the storms and kicking its way into north. And you can see where we've got some of these pockets. Watch that initial little line here, and I'm going to draw it right along here. Oh, that's a straight line. I don't want that. Clear that off. Initial line here. And someone changed this. I don't want to circle clothesline. So this is 9 right about here. If you watch carefully on the satellite, what you can see is this line kind of moving its way north. So that's that wind from the storms kicking north. So we were saying there's not any rain to the north yet, but as that wind kicks north, it's got to hit something, it has to go somewhere, and it's kind of pushing into that up to the north and kind of pushing some storms to start popping up, because as we go back to the radar, we've had some of these storms starting to pop up to the north here. So let's go back to the last 30 minutes and show you the storm starting to pop up a little bit more to the north here in the Kenton area, also to the north in Knox and Morrow counties. The severe thunderstorm warnings, though, are farther down here to the south and east. So the one that we talked about earlier, north of Zanesville, that one that's kind of going a little bit more to the east-northeast, still has a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. So that probably is going to expire later than the rest of them. 7:30. So Dresden's getting a lot of hail right now. It's pushing its way towards Newcomerstown. Kimballton, north of Cambridge. Cambridge just had a little cell pop up, just kind of the east there. And that particular severe thunderstorm warning goes until 7:15. And then to the south here, we've got portions of Guernsey, Monroe, Noble County till 7:15 as well, near Buffalo, just between Cambridge and Caldwell and Summerfield. That's moving its way out to the east. Also here in Perry County, that goes till 7 p.m., so that one will be expiring in 12 minutes. That was a lot heavier when it went east of Lancaster earlier, but we're looking back out here to the west in portions of Madison County and Fayette County. This one near Midway, so right along Interstate 71, getting some really heavy rain there. It's probably right near the Jefferson Outlet malls, probably just to the north of it. Yeah, just to the north of Jeffersonville. So we got more rain about to move back into the metro area, and I'll add back on the lightning because I took that off because it was kind of busy. So we're watching some of these thunderstorms still producing a lot of lightning and thunder, and they're spreading out a little bit more. We're not seeing the concentration right along Interstate 70 like we did about an hour ago. And so it's been a very active past couple of hours. This has just been the last 30 minutes. And if you look at the last 3 hours here, those storms popping up. So you can see the storms popping up and then kind of working their way a little bit more to the south, and even some popping up some to the north. So still have probably another 2 hours before the sun sets, 2 hours and 10 minutes. So they're still going to feed off of all of the heat and humidity we've got outside. Let's look at the temperatures and the dew points, what we've got outside, just to get an idea of how soupy it is. It is very, very soupy outside as far as what we've got going on. Current temperatures, 81 in Chillicothe, 83 in Waverly, 85 in Marion. And with the dew point as high as it is, I wonder what the heat index is. I don't have a lot of heat index graphics in here because we're just starting to get into the season with that. So let's pull in, let's build the graphic together real quick. Let's see if this has it. Does this have Marion on here? It does not have Marion. So let me see if I can just add it. Delaware, London, Zanesville, Chillicothe. Instead of Delaware, let's add Marion just to see what this shows for Marion. Marion, Ohio, 85. Feels like 87 right now. So it is some pretty humid air up to the north there. 87 is the humidity currently the 87 is the heat index up in Marion. Oh no, let's see. Sun's coming out of Zanesville. Going to juice it back up. At this point, Donna, we've already pulled a lot of energy out of the atmosphere, so you're not going to get the sun long enough to re-energize it too much. But yeah, at this point, we're racing to the sunset. We need the sun to go down, so we'll start losing some energy, and these severe thunderstorm warnings will start to expire. Got a few of them. Look at this one coming in up to the north here, coming in off of Lake Erie. Some really heavy rain. Sandusky pushing its way down towards New London area, eventually towards Ashland, Lodi, and Worcester. So that's outside of our neck of the woods, but definitely bears watching. It's kind of interesting to see all of the different trajectories that all of these cells are kind of going right now. So we're seeing some drift to the east-southeast. We've got some going to the north-northeast. That one up in Lake Erie is going a little bit more to the southeast. So they're all just kind of feeding wherever they can get the most energy. So they're kind of going in all different directions. So definitely been an active afternoon. Let's see, from Michaela, northern Pickaway County has lightning and light rain. Yay from Donna. Pinnacle Golf Club area got more. Let's see here. Getting hit up here in northern Muskingum County, power outages. Let's see. All right, so I'm checking all that. That's all the Facebook comments that I can see on there. I'm going to pull up the WSYX Facebook page real quick to see what comments we have there going on right now. And again, if you're getting any damage and you're leaving it in the comments, try to leave the location as well, because that's very useful. How's Chillicothe, Waverly looking now? The storm's getting any closer? They are drifting their way south, so it does look like you're going to get some of this rain eventually to drift its way to the south towards you. The one thing that is not very helpful right now is our radar sites in Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, and Wilmington are all offline. All of those radar sites, all of their data is fed through Wilmington. They currently have an internet outage. So they can see the radar in Wilmington and help issue the warnings in Wilmington. but we cannot see their radar sites. So all 4 of those radar sites, Dayton, Dayton, Cincinnati, Columbus, all of the FAA radars, and the Wilmington National Weather Service radar, all funnels through the internet at Wilmington. And because they don't have internet right now at the National Weather Service office, we cannot see those radar sites. So I wanted to say that because if I stop the loop here and we look at all of this green, we're pulling in basically radar data from Cleveland right now. So where you're seeing all of this green, I'm kind of ignoring all of this because more than likely what's happening is the radar is shooting through the heavy thunderstorms that we've got here in Columbus and areas along I-70. And when it's shooting through that, it can't see through it. It's raining so heavily that it's guessing that there's rain on the other side of it. So because of an internet outage in Wilmington, the radar right now probably doesn't look like it does if we were pulling in radar data from southern areas. Anyway, that's kind of just a nerding out explanation of some behind the scenes information. Radar seems delayed because it's showing storms over our house, nothing anymore. So Destiny, if you were trying to pull in internet radar from Wilmington specifically, I don't know what app you're using, it's not going to be as accurate right now because of the outage that they have at the National Weather Service office in Wilmington. So Nick, the rain is slowly going to be moving its way closer to you. Rockbridge right now outside Logan. Been raining heavily in Baltimore, Delaware area. So Delaware, as we zoom this in a little bit more, Delaware area is getting hit just south of there. And I'll loop this over the last hour to show you that particular cell. That's probably going to miss you, but you still might get a little bit later. So it's kind of hitting south of Delaware right now. Watching it, listening, getting ready for the friends. So this is on the WSYX Facebook page. I'm going to pull up the WTTE Facebook page to see what we've got going on there and see if there's any comments from that particular live stream. Memorial Golf Tournament. Let's see. TV tower outside my house fell over on hole 10. Oh no. The TV tower fell over on hole 10. I'm trying to think, hole 10. Is there the TV? Oh, so you're talking like with the, not the TV tower, like as far as the transmission tower, but where they have the camera. So hole 10, so hole number 9, hole 10 is the back 9. So that's where you're leaving from the clubhouse and you're heading north. Is it north? You're heading away from it. You have that dip and then it comes back up. So the camera tower is probably up closer to the green, I would assume. That's not good. Thank you for keeping us updated. Do you think they'll be getting back on the course at the Memorial? Not tonight. Dave Holmes said that they have suspended play for the rest of the day today. They'll be back tomorrow for a very full day of golf. So I think that he said some of the golfers had only played about not 5 holes. So they will be back tomorrow to play 13 holes and then the final 18 tomorrow. So if you have tickets to tomorrow, you will be getting a lot of golf that you can watch for the day tomorrow up there. So they've suspended play up there according to Dave Holmes in our 6 p.m. newscast. All right, so let's show the power outages again. We talked about this earlier. Let me refresh this to give you an update on some of the power outages that we've got. So the worst power outages that we've got is still up in Knox County. 7,400 people without power, and I'll show you the map of that. So I'm pulling this in from poweroutage.com. So there is currently 7,400 people without power in Knox County, which is 22% of the county. Delaware County is 3,600. Madison County, 1,200. Muskingum County, 1,200. Guernsey County, about 1,000. Here in Columbus, Columbus is currently sitting at 7,600 people without power, which is 1.3% of the county. So it has been a very busy night with these power outages. I'm sure AEP is out there putting up, just trying to get the power back on for as many people as possible. So it's a good reminder, if you have power right now, put your phone on the charger. Make sure that you've got power. We zoom this back out to the entire viewing area. Because, I mean, even thinking about myself here, what's my phone down to? 27%. So I've been using my phone trying to do all of this stuff. All of this out. So, what are we at? 2 and 24 minutes. We've been streaming live. Everyone's been kind of keeping up with this. I just kind of let it go during the newscast. I wasn't quite as engaging during that because I was trying to focus a lot on the newscast itself. So let's talk about all of the warnings that we currently have across the area. We've got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning out to the far east in Coshocton County, northern Muskingum County till 7:30. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning out in Guernsey and Noble County. That continues until 7:15. Starting to move out of the county, though, far eastern portions of those counties. Down here to the south in Perry County, that one it had its weakened considerably, but still packs quite a punch near New Straitsville, and then also out here to the west in portions of Madison County, southern Madison County, and northern Fayette County. And as we come back up here to the metro area, we still have another little heavy cell moving between Dublin and Delaware. It does not appear that it is enough for them to issue a warning with it right now. But definitely some very heavy rain between Dublin, Delaware, and Westerville near Worthington, Lewis Center, Orange Township area. And also another pocket of some heavy rain moving in from Madison County. What's happening?
Before I leave, is there anything that you're worried about, like I should stay at all? Because it's been 30 minutes since we last checked.
I mean, no, there's no tornado warnings. I mean, if there's a tornado warning, we would cut on, and I mean, I can call up there, and if the key wall's up and going, then that's what I would do that.
I just wanted to double check before I left.
Yeah, no tornado warnings. Hopefully we don't get any. All right, so loop this over the last hour. What questions do you guys have? I know a lot of people asking, like, when's the rain going to get here for my particular location? So I'll go back and check some of those coming in. But I figured, while we have these severe thunderstorm warnings on, I would because we obviously have it crawling on air right now, and I keep checking up here to make sure we're not covering up any sports, because that would be the biggest concern, and we don't want to cover that up. So, all right. Nicole sent a question asking about the potential crawl. Let's see. Get some emails coming in. I want to check this here. Issue. Jamie asked if we could take it down, so we went down. Talked to Manny, who's now investigating the mysterious issue. Where the crawl, wondering if we run at the bottom of SOP. Let's see here. It covers the heads of everyone. Wondering if we put it at the bottom, or is the SOP at the top of the screen? Let me respond real quick. Hello, exclamation point. We had the scroll going at the top because leading into the newscast, we had sports with the score at the bottom of the screen, period. Now that the sports are over and we are out of the evening news, I will put it back at the bottom, comma. However, it will still cover up some of the information for the horse race that is on Fox right now, period. We can only pick top or bottom for all three channels at the same time, comma, but we cannot pick and choose top or bottom between the newscasts or channels. We can only show one scroll, top or bottom, comma, and one feed, comma, meaning it can only scroll at the top or bottom on all three channels at the same time. Let me sign in here and adjust this real quick. So let's see here. So they have let the severe thunderstorm warning expire for Fayette County. Columbus is dealing with a couple of pockets. One just north of Columbus. There's also the severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, we just got a tornado warning. just outside of our neck of the woods, but we need to probably cut on for this. All right, we're gonna cut on live on air real quick. So let me grab my microphone. Hey, can you guys hear me in the control room? Can you guys hear me in the control room? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? I'm gonna leave up the feed here real quick. Can you guys hear me in the control room? Hello, hello? Hello, hello?
all the way up until now. I've been streaming live on my Facebook page. Matter of fact, this radar is what we're using right now. We're streaming live on our ABC6 Fox 28 Facebook page and also on the ABC6 YouTube channel as we were just tracking these storms going through the evening hours. But again, we still have the tornado warning. I'm hoping they drop it. If they drop it for Guernsey or Noble County, we'll jump off air and get you back to programming. But if we still have this in our viewing area, I want to make sure that we are on air to let you know we're watching this. It's moving its way away from you out to the east. It looks like they just dropped a severe thunderstorm warning for that particular cell, but they still have the tornado warning that goes until 7:30. Last thing I would want is someone to be concerned that there's a tornado warning to live in Cambridge. Right now, as we show you the entire viewing area, there are pockets of strong thunderstorms moving their way through, but it's not as active as what it was just a couple of hours ago. There's only one severe thunderstorm warning, one tornado warning right now, and both of those are out to the far east. What we've got kind of moving its way through the metro area right now is strong thunderstorms, lightning, thunder, but right now there's nothing severe in our neck of the woods. I want to take you up here to the north of Kenton right now as well. There's another cell that's just moved its way through Findlay. This is heading down towards Kenton, Upper Sandusky, so we will keep an eye on that particular cell as it moves closer to our viewing area. Marion and Bucyrus would be the next potential to pick up that cell, so we'll keep an eye on that. Take you back out here to the east. So again, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Coshocton, Messina, and also Guernsey County. But the reason that we are on air is for this tornado warning that goes until 7:30 p.m. This has been radar indicated. We picked up some of that rotation on the radar, and it made its way east of basically Cambridge and Wills as it continues to push its way into Morrow and also Belmont County. This is a live cam from Cambridge right now, so you can actually see that storm kind of coming through there. But as far as in our viewing area, the rotation kind of moving out of Guernsey and Noble County. I'll stop it real quick. I want to pull back up the scope. We'll zoom back in and see if there's still some of that rotation. You look at the radar, I mean, right between Barnesville right now and Malaga, there is a lot of hail likely with that particular cell as it's making its way into Belmont and also Monroe County. And just as we were on the air there, that rotation has now looking like it's weakened enough that they expired that tornado warning. So since the tornado warning has now expired, we are going to get you back to programming momentarily. I want to show you real quick the entire viewing area. We still have thunderstorms. We are streaming live on our ABC6 and Fox 28 Facebook pages and our ABC6 YouTube page. Continue tracking these. We have one severe thunderstorm warning for Messina, Guernsey, and Coshocton County. That will be expiring here in a little bit, but at least wanted to let you know that the tornado warning for Guernsey, Noble County has now expired. Back to close.
Well, that escalated quickly. Thanks, guys, in the control room. I don't know if you can hear me. Well, how about that? Oh, they have their own camera there? That's a good one. All right, I think we should be in the clear, but obviously, who knows? Turn my mic off. Yeah, that was good, Jamie. Thank you. What were we? How many of them were we up on? Do you know?
We only got up on 6.
On 6.
28. There were problems with master control
Yeah.
getting on. So let's just get the one on.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we were on.
Okay. All right. What do we got? 2 hours and 44 minutes now. Let's see here. I want to see if we got any comments coming in. At some point, I need to go get more water. All right. So let's see here. Is it still live? Yeah, we're live. All right, so I'm trying to see what comments we have coming in on the chat, what I may have missed. Flying out of Rickenbacker 8:30, somewhat nervous. So for anybody flying out of Rickenbacker, let's go back over there. There's a couple of thunderstorms, but the good news is they probably will be out of the metro area by 8:30. So that's good news for you flying out of the Rickenbacker area. Let's see. So yeah, good news is the thunderstorm's likely out of the Rickenbacker area here momentarily. Pull up this live chat and see what we have coming in on this. Audio dropped out quite when you plugged your phone into the charger. Huh. I wonder if it's still... Let's see now. Is it better? Can you guys hear me better now? What if I unplug this? You guys are probably hearing me from this microphone now, from the actual webcam. The better microphone is this one down here at the bottom, and I'm hopeful that it just switches back over here. But it, yeah, it switched over microphones. I don't know why it switched over to microphones, but hopefully it can switch back over, because this one, the better. Let's see. There we go. I think it came back up to this one. We need a new microphone. This one is on its last legs. We need a better microphone back here. I will put the request in. Here now, related to the new haircut. Yeah, new haircut messed it up. Anything for Knox County. So let's go back and kind of set the scene again. Was there much hail in Shawnee Hills area? I heard there was with up there near Muirfield. And that was on my Facebook page. And let's check the WSYX Facebook page real quick here. So let me go back up. WSYX. It's raining heavy here at the station. It's pouring. Let's pull up our camera real quick to show you that. All right. So WSYX, we're live. Pull in the live stream. Raining in Obetz for the Central Ohio Folk Festival. Chillicothe, Waverly, only going to be getting rain. So just starting to see that rain come through the camera there. That was definitely active with that tornado warning. But we were live. We got on the air as quick as possible right there. So let's show you what we've got going on. And so there are some showers that are trying to drift to the south. But right now they're kind of more individualized pockets. And the other thing that's kind of nice is that a lot of this is quieted down considerably compared to what it was just a couple of hours ago. So we are about ready to see the final severe thunderstorm warning expire out into Guernsey County. So that would be some good news, because we have had severe thunderstorm warnings now for 2 hours and 50 minutes. And there you can see that a severe thunderstorm warning still out in Guernsey County, and that goes until, let's see, what times that go till? Why does it not want to pull in? There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning in Guernsey County till 7:30 p.m. Let's see here. So tornado warning, Noble, Guernsey. Let's see. My wife asked if I wanted anything. The night off. No, I like this. I do love, I like being here. I don't typically get to track severe thunderstorms. So typically in the morning, we don't have as much severe weather. Well, it's really interesting if you look at the radar south of Lancaster, the cell that's in Perry County, and I'll kind of point them out as I'm looking at it here with you all. These cells here had a lot of hail earlier. There's not as much anymore. They're kind of weakening a little bit. So that's kind of good news. I put the crawl back on the bottom right when we were starting the tornado warning to make sure that I wasn't covering up anything. So, yeah, severe thunderstorm warning there for Guernsey County, and that goes till 7:30. So we got 7 more minutes. And then after that, we do not have any other warnings as we speak. There's still some heavy rain. There's still lightning. I'll pop back on the lightning here. But there's a lot less lightning than what there was earlier. And, matter of fact, let me move this map for you real quick here. I'm going to zoom this out. And we're going to do a little... we're going to try to do lightning. So let's do lightning, query, and let's do the amount of lightning we've got across the state right now. So within the last 10 minutes, we have 263 strikes of lightning. Quite a bit. Within our viewing area... we have, let's see the last 10 minutes here, and this is kind of outside of our area, so let's just do right there. So in the last 10 minutes in our viewing area, 46 strikes of lightning. So we are seeing the storm starting to weaken. They probably pulled a lot of the remaining energy out of the atmosphere, but we are seeing a little bit of a lull, or not lull, it's kind of a tapering down, if you will. So, still active. I'm watching a couple of cells in particular. The one that I'm watching, which will probably just miss our viewing area, is up here to the north. This one coming in off of Lake Erie. The trajectory of that is likely going to just miss us here in our viewing area, because that's kind of heading this direction, which would just miss out on all of the counties in our viewing area. If you live up to the far northeast, that one would be the one to keep an eye on just in case, but that still has a severe thunderstorm warning. The only severe thunderstorm warning we have in our viewing area right now is out here in Guernsey County. Here's something we can do real quick. Let's take this map and let's zoom in back here to Muskingum County, and let's do a scope, and let's look at the rotation that we had over the past hour. Move this out here to the east. So let's look at the last hour, and I want to slow this down. I want to manually control the timing of this. So that was a look at 6:30. Not much rotation showing up, but right there, you can see that rotation right over Interstate 70. If anybody was on Interstate 70 there, east of Cambridge, there's a chance. There's a good barbecue place right out there. There's a chance that there could have been a wall cloud with that. You can see that little bit of rotation right there, that bright pocket east of Wills. And then it continued kind of moving its way down to the southeast. So just to be careful, I'm sure they issued that tornado warning just because there was some brief rotation showing up on the radar, just to be safe. And we were saying earlier, if anybody was watching, what's interesting, look at this right here. Oh man, it moved. Look to the south of Coshocton right there. That's kind of interesting, that little pocket where there may have been some rotation. This was at 7:05, so this is not current. This is 20 minutes ago. And then as the cell kind of moved its way closer to Kimballton. So let's clear this off of here and erase that. And let's zoom this out. So we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Cambridge in Guernsey County till 7:30. All of these other cells, even though there's some strong ones here, near LaRue, near probably Prospect area, getting some really heavy rain there. But not severe. A little bit of lightning and thunder with it. Back here in the metro area, just had that cell come through downtown here at the station. We heard a lot of lightning, or heard a little bit of lightning and thunder and some hail. Got a really heavy cell just south of West Jefferson near Lily Chapel, Georgesville, by Battelle Darby Metro Park. That's going to continue kind of working its way down towards between Grove City and Harrisburg likely. As we look at like the last hour, let's zoom this out just a smidge and show you the trajectory of that. So that cell has strengthened a little bit, getting a little bit more hail with it. Down near Darbyville, another very heavy cell pushing its way into western portions of Pickaway County. And also down here south of Lancaster along 33. Now this is going to be down near south of Lancaster near Alley Park, near Clear Creek Metro Park. So that particular cell is kind of working its way to the southeast, and also New Lexington. But right now, the only severe thunderstorm warning we've got for another 2 minutes is out here in Guernsey County. So if that's the case, once that expires, I am going to go grab some water real quick. I'll probably leave up the radar, but I'm going to take a little bit of a breather momentarily. And once that expires, then I'll leave the radar going. So if we need to jump back on here, we can. Because at this point, we still got storms. People are probably wondering where those storms are. But I'm going to back this out to the entire viewing area real quick. Let's, I'll leave up the warnings. Let's loop this over the last hour, just to kind of show where those storms are going. I'm going to take off the lightning. And just kind of keep an eye on the radar here over the next few hours to see if we get any other new warnings. The good news is I think the metro area, done with severe weather. We're kind of pulling a lot of the energy out of the atmosphere that we could feed off of. And at this point, now we're just kind of letting everything calm down a little bit and hopefully continue over the next few hours without any new warnings, because it has been a very active evening. Again, we've been on for 2 hours and 55 minutes with this live stream. And basically when the severe thunderstorm warning started popping up, I wanted to get on live here so we could track it. And then we jumped on air when the tornado warning occurred. And then finally getting into a bit of a lull now with the severe thunderstorm warning for Coshocton County about to expire. So, which is good because my water is almost empty. I've been here for 7 hours now. I still got a lot to go, but the severe storms are kind of tapering off, which is good news. The severe thunderstorm warning for Cambridge has just expired. So as of this moment, this is the first time in about 3 hours that we have not had a severe thunderstorm warning. So with that, I'm going to turn off the microphone for a little bit. I'm going to go grab some water. I'm going to leave the radar up, and I will be back if we need to do any more updates. But as of right now, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick without the microphone on. I'm going to get some water, maybe have a little dinner. I'll show you guys what I have for dinner tonight. You guys are going to be real jealous, especially anyone that's having a barbecue. We got some carrots. Probably got almost a pound of carrots there. A granola bar, an apple, and a banana. For anybody that thinks I'm vegetarian or vegan, I had chicken wings for my mid-afternoon lunch snack. So again, no warnings right now. I'm going to go grab some water, reset. I'm going to leave the radar up, so if anybody jumps on here like, I can't hear anything, well, I'm going to jump off of here and just kind of leave the radar up in case we need to come back on. And I'll check in occasionally, but I got to kind of get ready also for the evening newscast as well, some other stuff that I neglected to do because we were doing this live stream the whole time. I'm going to get all that done. I don't know. Do I need a coffee? Probably not. Anyway, I'll be back on if there's any new warnings, but for right now, I'm going to let this go and just leave the radar up. So if anybody's wondering what to expect, I'll at least leave the radar up for you guys and jump back on in just a few minutes after I go get some water and stuff. I'm back. I didn't even get to go anywhere. Now, this is not for our viewing area, but they just reissued a tornado warning for that same cell now moving its way out to the far east. So again, this is not in our viewing area, but it re-strengthened and got more rotation with this cell. So we'll zoom into this real quick. I mean, just for sake of nerding out. So this is just south of Switzerland area. That's got some pretty good rotation too. Still radar indicated, so it's not been observed, but you can see that rotation moving its way just south of Sunsbury. So that still is that same pocket that came through. Just south of Switzerland is where that rotation is right now. So I was just getting ready to walk out, and I was like, there's a new tornado warning outside of our viewing area. It's for Marshall, Monroe, and Wetzel counties. So anyway, I saw that real quick as I was getting ready to walk out, and I was like, oh man. So again, that's just outside of our neck of the woods. Back out to the entire viewing area. I'll loop it again for the last hour. But yeah, that just popped up as I was walking out, and I was like, oh, that definitely grabbed my attention. So tornado warning outside of our viewing area, moving into West Virginia, but figured I would at least jump on real quick when I saw that. And if any of you were watching the radar, you may have noticed it too. All right, time to go get some water or whatnot, and I'll be back in a bit. I didn't even get my water yet. But hey, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I was back talking to the director. So this is for Fairfield, Pickaway, Ross County. It's the cell that just basically came through, basically near Mount Sterling not too long ago. But a new severe thunderstorm warning for those particular counties till 8:15. Just likely some large hail with it. Plop on the lightning real quick to show you that there's not a ton of lightning compared to some of the other cells. But again, severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield, Pickaway, Ross County till 8:15. So I'll zoom this in real quick. Let's see if they're moving any faster. We haven't done that in a while. Getting some arrival times for you. I literally stepped just outside here, and let's get some arrival times. So still moving about 35 miles per hour, and it's this particular cell here. So some arrival times, if it makes it all the way down to Athens here. So Circleville, it's already pretty much in Circleville, 754 for the heaviest cell. Clear Creek area, 808. Laurelville, 822. Logan, 851. Nelsonville, 912. And Athens by 9:31. So we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, it's still very juicy outside. There's still a lot of energy. But they just issued that severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield, Pickaway, and Ross County until 8:15. All right, I am going to leave right now to go grab some water, and I'll be back to update you on that when I get back real quick, and we'll see you back in just a few minutes. I may regret this later, but I decided to get a coffee. It's break room coffee. Typically, I'll make a pot over in Studio B, grind the beans. But anyway, back with the severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield, Pickaway County, Ross County until 8:15 tonight. And we'll zoom into that. Kind of show you Pickaway County getting some heavy rain, lightning. We'll put on the lightning. I took it off of there. It's kind of tapered down a little bit, but Circleville is about ready to get hit with some heavy rain, some hail as well, and also just south of Grove City there near 665 and where 62 comes off of Interstate 71. Also got some heavy rain there. Stop this loop for you real quick. And I've been watching the on air. We've got baseball on, and unfortunately, baseball, they have their score at the bottom on Fox, so I had to move the ticker back to the top. That ticker's been stressful. All right, so let's slice into these. Let's see what we got. I don't think the slice is going to work because we don't have the radar sight right next to it, but it looks like it's working a little bit. As we grab the slice and move it a little bit, up to about 30,000 feet for some of these. So probably getting hail, maybe about the size of maybe a dime or a nickel. Not quarter size, which is what severe would be. All right. All right, so let's go back out here. Look at the metro area. So again, that's just to the south of the metro, moving away from us. At this point, Columbus is pretty much almost done with the rain for the night because I don't see much moving its way through. Zoom this out a little bit more. Matter of fact, I want to loop the whole state here. Let's loop the last hour. Take off the lightning. Matter of fact, I'm going to take off this radar too, go to sweeping radar. And I want to tailor back on some stuff. We got Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Indianapolis. I don't know why Indy wasn't on there. So if I take this and the radar, sweeping radar, take that off. So here's where we got the cells. I mean, there's really not much rain falling across the area right now. We've got this one severe thunderstorm warning down in Pickaway, Ross, and Fairfield County. That expires at 8:15. Most of the rain is kind of calming down for us. So I'm still going to leave this up, at least until this warning is over. And then maybe we're in the clear enough that we can kind of take a little bit of a breather, turn off the stream, because at that point, the chance of severe weather is probably going to be dropping. Let's see what the National Weather Service office has said. TMH weather is up. Let's see here, 7:45. All right, so reports of hail. Franklin, Dublin had 1.25 inch hail. A lot of other reports were just shy of severe criteria. But just over an inch in diameter hail reported in Franklin County, Delaware as well, Madison County as well, Plain City. Let's see here. Reports of some damage. Numerous trees down in Baltimore area. So yeah, things are quieting down a little bit. The radar is not showing quite as much action, which is good. We'll definitely take it. There's still that tornado warning for that storm that's not in our viewing area, moving its way into West Virginia. So that still is for Marshall and Wetzel counties. Let's see what the rotation looks like on that right now. We had that earlier. Let's zoom into this and see what we got. Definitely looked pretty good with that rotation. Back this up real quick. I mean, that's some pretty decent rotation right there. At least higher up in the atmosphere. I mean, in the updraft, you never know with the tornado spinning down here at the bottom, because it might be spinning a lot up above it, whether that makes its way all the way to the ground, that rotation, or not. But it definitely does not take much to sometimes get that to come all the way to the ground. Clear that off of here. So that's not in our viewing area. That's not even in our state any longer. That's West Virginia. Still watching this little cell up here to the north, moving its way between like Lodi area, West Salem, and Ashland area. So this is kind of near Grandpa's Cheese Barn, just north of there, between Lodi and Grandpa's Cheese Barn. And that's going to continue heading down towards Worcester, eventually New Philadelphia. Not in our viewing area. And if I loop this over the last hour, you can see that we can see that kind of pushing its way to the south there, that cell that's near Circleville right now. Some really heavy rain with that. I'll plop on the lightning as well. And those two cells are actually looking like they might actually converge a little bit near Asheville. So that's definitely something to kind of keep an eye on. So I'm going to keep an eye on those cells there, merging between Circleville and Asheville as they move their way a little bit closer. So kind of a little chill. Do you know what I've kind of found is a nice little blend? A banana and coffee for some reason. It's been my go-to. I had a banana and coffee this morning for breakfast and some avocado toast. Typically, I tape like a little Insta forecast for my Instagram and Facebook, but I didn't even get a chance to do that because we've been streaming now for 3 hours and 20 minutes. So yeah, it's gonna kind of kick its way through. So watching this, go out to the entire viewing area again. There's really not as much lightning as we had earlier. Now that the sun's getting lower in the sky, most of this rain is kind of tapering off. So I'm hopeful that this could be our last severe thunderstorm warning with these storms. There's another cell that's just north of Logan right now. That one might become severe. It's got some really heavy rain just north of Logan there, kind of kicking its way near the Bach Hollow area, if you're familiar with that neck of the woods. Bach Hollow, kind of just to the southeast of there. And then watching these little cells kind of converging south of Columbus, near Commercial Point, Circleville, Ashland area. So we'll watch those for the next little bit. I'm going to leave the radar up, and they just kind of continue that till 8:15. And let's see here, what else we need. I have a good friend back from high school, and we often, we don't catch up as much as what we probably should, but we have been talking a lot about gardening. I was on the phone the other day, and this is an interesting idea. I've never heard of this idea, but what he's doing is he's using cinder blocks for the edging of his bed. And what's cool about that is you can fill those with dirt still, and you can actually use those pockets to do like onions or other things, or marigolds as like a barrier to keep the pests out, which I kind of like. I was worried about, like, does the soil push out on those enough that it makes it want to expand? You could put some rebar in there to kind of just lock it down, but I like that. I like that idea. It's kind of unique. So yeah, Pickaway County, Ross County, or Pickaway, No, just pick away, and they took out Ross because it's not going south anymore. So they kind of took off Ross from that severe thunderstorm warning. Commercial Point, Circleville, still dealing with that. Let's go back to the temperatures. One thing that I have not done yet is talk about the dew point and the humidity, at least recently. Let's see what it is right now. Marion's cooled down with some of that rain. We're all back in the 70s, but it is very humid outside right now. 79 in Chillicothe feels like 80, and it is some sticky air that we've got. And as far as what we've got on our humidity and dew point map here, a lot of upper 60s. Chillicothe's at 61, so maybe that's why those storms are really not feeding off of the areas to the south there, because it's not quite as humid in the southern part of our viewing area. 61 dew point in Chillicothe, 71 in Logan. I mean, look at Marysville, Delaware. That's in the 70s. I mean, that's just some soupy air. So let's go back to the map here. Let's see what we've got. This is the last 5 hours. There were so many warnings. I would say almost countless warnings, but I don't think it's technically countless. Going back to the radar, and again, I'll zoom this in a little bit more there for Fairfield and also Ross County. You can tell I've kind of come down a little bit energy level wise. I need to get some food in me, have some coffee, and turn off the live stream. Let's see what National Weather Service said. National Weather Service in Pittsburgh is going to let the tornado warning expire in West Virginia at 8 o'clock. So they are letting that go. Let's look at a couple of other things real quick here. Let's look at storm reports. Storm reports over the last 12 hours. A lot of hail reports. Look at all these hail reports. Let's see if we can find the one that was 1.5 inches. That's the one right there. 1.5 inch report right near, that would have been, where would that be? Let me zoom in a little bit more where that was. That was kind of near the 161 area. Actually kind of Tuttle, to be honest. Tuttle area. Tuttle Mall would be right here. So it was near Tuttle Mall, near just north of Hayden Run Road. So yeah, a lot of hail reports up here to the north. They had, let's see, a power tree down near Muirfield Village. Is that at the golf course? No, that's not at the golf course. That's at the other golf course. The Country Club at Muirfield Village. But yeah, a lot of hail reports, damage reports. What's this lightning here? That's a unique one. We don't get that very often. That is person struck by lightning near Secanicaville. That's an interesting report. So we got a lot of hail reports and someone struck by lightning out in Guernsey County. That was the cell that had the tornado warning earlier. So that is something I can pass along to the newsroom. So I will save that. Export snapshot to. Hopefully that person's fine. And we'll go back over to the radar. And I'll leave this up. I don't want to eat in front of you guys, so I'm just going to probably leave up the radar, continue to watch these cells while I grab some food to eat real quick. And I guess I'll leave up this wider view and just loop it over the last hour while I get some food. Take off the lightning so we can see it a little bit better. So I'll keep an eye on things. What we call babysit the radar. If I need to jump back on, I will, but otherwise I'm going to just kind of let this go for right now. Maybe zoom this in a little bit more. All right, so I'm going to jump, just kind of sit here, not eat in front of you guys so you're not watching me eat. But I'll be keeping an eye on things right here. What's up? I'm back. I really never left. I just figured while I'm eating the apple and the banana, you guys didn't want to hear that. So we still got the severe thunderstorm warning. Ah! Nope, it just dropped. Just dropped. So we do not have any warnings right now in our viewing area. I thought things were quieting down, but look up here by Lima. There's new cells that just popped up within the last 10 minutes. Come on, storms. Go to bed. So, it's quieted down. For anybody still watching this, if you are still watching this, leave a comment. Do you want me to leave this going? I mean, you're still watching it. This has been on for 3 hours and 40 minutes at this point. Leave a comment. Do you want me to keep this going? Because I don't mind. I can keep this going. I'll probably jump off of here and try to get some other stuff done that I need to get done. What was that noise? Do you want me to leave the live stream going? I can leave the radar going. Matter of fact, I can zoom in a little bit more now. Now that we're kind of seeing most of this kind of taking a break. So you tell me, do you want me to leave the live stream up and going, the radar going? I'm going to check the comments here shortly. For our viewing area, all the warnings have expired. But I don't mind. It doesn't hurt me to keep this up and going. So let's see. Let's see what you guys are saying. My Facebook page. Let's see here. Barely storming in Nashville. Is Athens County going to get anything? Let's look at the last 12 hours. Let's see who got rain today. Since 8 a.m. A lot of it's been through central and northern part of the viewing area. Some places seeing 1 to 2 inches. Athens County, Fayette, Pike, Ross, not much. Hocking County didn't get much. So, yeah. Grove Tucky Tom says, shut it down. Yes, please, Hocking County. So, does that mean yes, please leave it up, Dee Dee? I don't mind leaving it up. Thank you, Grove Tucky Tom. Let's see here. Tree snap power poles down. So yeah, the good news is that things are quieting down, which is exciting because it's been active. This is like, it's been almost 4 straight hours with warnings. So it's nice that it's kind of tapered off a little bit. Did you think they will expire the watch early? It is possible. Crystal saying yes, leave it up. Oh, I'm sorry, Sierra. Happy birthday, by the way. What a dinner, LOL. I know, right? Sitting down here. All I've got left are my carrots. Got quite a few of them. Carrots are good. They fill you up. I mean, you can eat, I don't know, 3 ounces, whatever that is, of this bag. 11 serving size of this 2-ounce bag. So you can eat, like, what would that be? 6. A lot. I can't do the math right now. What would be 16 ounces divided by 11 servings? There's 11 servings in here. It's got a lot of fiber. And pretty healthy. A lot of vitamin A. I didn't realize that. I figured it'd be vitamin C with the carrots. And the orangeness. So I'm going to go check the WTTE Facebook page. All right. Pull this up real quick. See what the comments are on here. Got about 7 people watching right now. Can't hear. You guys can hear me now. Yeah, I had it turned off. So, someone said earlier they were flying out of Rickenbacker at 8:30. Looks good. Looks good. That cell that just moved its way through like Circleville, Asheville area. That's heading down towards Clear Creek, Tarleton, Laurel. Tar Hollow. You can really see on the camera, hair's starting to come back in a little bit. Cool. I'll check mine real quick again, just see if there's any comments. So yeah, most of this kind of tapering off. Thank you for keeping it going. Yes, for Hocking County. Now, just so you know, just because I keep this going doesn't mean you're eventually going to get rain there down to the south. Matter of fact, I think Chillicothe is going to miss out on a lot of this unless there's some new cells that pop up, and there's really not much to the south popping up. What is this? Oh, remember, we talked about that wave of energy moving north. It is starting to pop up. That's why those cells are popping up to the north. We were talking about that wave of energy. Let's go back to the satellite radar. Or satellite. Hard to see now that the sun's setting. Let's go back 4 hours. It's kind of hard to see. I'm going to draw it on here so you can see it. Let's back it up. What's the word?
You don't think one of these storms?
I think we're done for cut-ins. Yeah, like, I don't think we'll be cutting on for anything. If it would happen, it would be a huge shock to me.
Right. Cool. I'll go upstairs and stuff.
Okay. Why can't I draw on here? Can I not draw on here when it's pause? I want to show you something. This is going to be hard to see. Maybe. Can I back this up here? I'm going to back this up to 3 hours. You can see it a little better right here. Can I draw on this line? Right here, this top edge of the clouds. Right there. As I put this in motion, you can see it pushing north. See how it pushes north here? I can grab it, move it. It pushes north. And then push it a little bit forward in time. And it pushes north a little bit more. And it's like up there now. So what it's doing is that's running into all of that energy from those storms coming in off of Lake Erie. So, right where that line was, you can see where those storms start popping up. So all of these storms that we are seeing I wish I could have more space on here. All of these storms are because those winds from the earlier storms that Columbus had, all of that wind just pushing out like a wave of energy, gravity wave, that disturbance, the outflow, eventually hit. Why didn't this send? Something is wrong. Hold on. Oh my gosh, did I just lose that whole email? All right, I got to get back to this. I typed up an email, spent 10 minutes typing this up, talking about storm reports and everything. Someone got struck by lightning in Guernsey County. And my computer just lost that whole email. It didn't send for some reason. So I got to go do that. I'll leave the radar up for another 20 minutes or so. If things start tapering down, I'll kill it. But we are starting to get some stuff to pop up here to the north. So I'll leave the radar going, see if things get enough energy before the sun sets in like 30 minutes. Once that sun sets, though, we're going to lose a lot of energy, which is good. I'm fine shutting it down for the night. I don't want any more severe weather. It's been an active night. We'll zoom those out a little bit more. Take off the lightning. I'll loop this. So we'll keep an eye on it. Morrow County, Marion County, you're getting some pop-ups there. I gotta go send this email real quick. I'll be back if I need to, but otherwise I'm gonna kind of let this just go. Zoom in a little bit tighter so you can see it better. So, I'll be back. You want to know something funny for anybody still watching? You know how I said the email like just disappeared? I hit space, said it wouldn't send, said it couldn't send. Can't send this email. And then I hit the space bar and deleted off all of my stuff, accidentally clicked back to the inbox. So everything in my draft disappeared. I type up this whole new email. Typing it up. Hit send. I go on my sent files. That initial email sent. So now I accidentally sent 2 emails. Generally the same thing, but I had to retype it all. Anyway, no severe warnings right now. We are 25 minutes away from sunset. I haven't been outside in forever. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to end this live stream because we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to go for a little walk outside real quick, get some fresh air, and we will be back live later on this evening. So, I want to at least update you guys real quick. If you haven't done so, download our free Ohio weather app. You can search for that on your app store. Large hail, strong winds. That was the big concerns. That's what we got today. Not everywhere, but in pockets. Somebody was struck by lightning out in Guernsey County. That's not good. I hope they're okay. The severe thunderstorm watch continues until 10 p.m. tonight. Right now, nothing's that crazy outside. I hope it stays that way. If there's more warnings, we'll let you know. We still are pretty active on the radar, but no warnings. Nothing severe right now. So I'm going to let you guys all go. I have been streaming for 4 straight hours now. We should do this on Twitch. Right, chat? Is that what the kids say these days? Anyway, I'm ending this now. For everyone that's been here all afternoon, thank you. Grove, Tucky Tom, anybody else. It was nice to share the afternoon with you guys. Past these storms. Right now, I think that we're in the clear for severe weather. The odds are very slim at this point. With the sun setting, we've already tapped out most of the energy from the atmosphere. Still going to be some rain. Still going to be some thunderstorms. But the chance of severe weather at this point is diminishing by the minute. And I love to say that. Obviously, if there's anything else, we'll let you know. But as of right now, I think things are pretty quiet and calm for us. So I'm going to jump off. Thanks for staying with us throughout the afternoon and evening. And I hope you guys all have a great rest of the night. Hopefully you got some much needed rain for your location. Hopefully you didn't have to pick up too much storm damage. We had a lot. The storm reports, you can see we had a lot of hail, a lot of strong winds, especially along the central Ohio corridor. So have a great rest of the night. We'll see you guys on tonight. We're going to be live on after the baseball game, after the hockey game. So we're going to be on later tonight. I hope that they both go out on time. I don't have to stay here till midnight or later. But regardless, we've got Cleveland Guardians playing right now. They're playing Texas. And we've got the game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals tied up. Las Vegas Golden Knights versus Carolina Hurricanes. And we will be live on air after both of those, after the Guardians game and after the hockey game. So I'll keep an eye on things for you. Good news is things are much quieter right now. And I'm going to go get a little walk, some fresh air. See you guys. Thanks so much.